Yes. All right, let's get started. Welcome, welcome. I hope everyone's going well. I've got like a oh no, he's running off. A meowing cat. All right. That one's not. Really got it crying out the note just to see that monitor up there. There we go, that's better. All right, we're jumping into stream right now. Let's just cartwheel straight into it. All right, so we're going to continue off where we left last time. I do believe I didn't actually put in a bug request for this. No, I did. No, all right, cool, sweet. So, what were we doing? We were having a look at the My Planner. We're rejigging things around. So the back end will send pagination data to the front end. The idea being is the back end will do most of the work, not the front end this time. So yeah, we've just moved things around. Let's get back into it. I forgot exactly where we're up to. So I'm going to need npm run watch, and I am going to run the server now. This will take about 40 seconds or something like that. No, it should take about 15. It's taking too long. There we go. All right, I'm going to use this particular one. I'm going to go to schedule my planner. I'm going to add an object, and I'm just going to bring up the. Sorry, I've been on Mac all day, so I've got to remember to switch my my keys. All right. So sorry, it currently looks like there are no projects assigned to you. Only assigned projects will show up here. Now I remember where we were. Now I have to finish, but we're at that sort of stage where we're like. It comes through like this, so the search will do these sorts of dashes. Yeah, we don't want that anymore. So let's find out why. And it could be something which I originally was doing. What's the matter, socks? Really? You want to say hi to everyone? Be like, hey. Now, that's the dashboard to do today. It's not what we want. There, sweetie. New planner object wizard. I think this is it. So render object ID, so that, yeah, we've got that there. We've got it there, and we've got it there. Those are all just formatting stuff. Let's see what happens. All right, so we've got the My Planner, we've got that. Let's actually find what the data is set as. So we're going to go down to here. We're going to have a quick look. So search term model. All right, it should be set as that, but let's have a look in the back end. We'll go to My Planner. We'll go config sort of stuff. We'll hit the new planner object wizard. So in the data, we've got the search term model. There's our problem. So if we actually remove all of that, it should actually be an empty string. It'll do something like that. Easy done. So we're going to do that. We are going to go into here, and there's the problem. All right, that's it. That should solve that. So let's hit refresh. I'm gonna get rid of all of this. I'm gonna move this off to the right. We're gonna add an object. We're gonna go project. We're gonna select a particular day, and I'm quite happy with that. Now, it's doing this thing. So you'll be wondering why it's jumping up to the top of the modal, or modal, I should say, not modal, modal. If we put it on slow-mo, and we hit one of these, you'll notice it shrinks and then expands. So we're going to have to actually fix that. And we're going to implement what we did with the other stuff the other day. So, yeah. Alright. Let's remember how I did stuff. I think I changed a few of these around. Ooh, add break. Okay. Let's go there, add time. Well, I'm going to change shoulder face now. Because I actually got my new x-rays today. And there's a giant piece of steel in there. Not steel. I forgot what it is. What do they put? Hook plate. So hook plate. What is it made of? Stainless steel. Powerful tool used there, does it? Yep. Alright, yeah. Yeah, so I've got a hook plate in me. I'll see if I can... Because I took a photo. Actually, let's see if that... Oh no, that doesn't rotate automatically. Let's... Oh. Hang on. There we go. About 13 seconds worth of ads left. So, we were having fun today with the hook plate images and stuff like that. And now it's stuck like that. Alright, cool. Anyway. And welcome back, everyone. Let's hit this. Anna Ermison, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. We are continuing with this. We're going to actually get this one done pretty quickly today, and then we're going to move on to the next bug. So at the moment, we've got this shifting issue. We've also got a bunch of, if we actually hit that, you'll notice up the top, it's like searching for projects. We're probably going to get rid of that. Yeah, let's do that now. So I'm going to turn off throttling. I am going to move back over here. What we want to do is we want to scroll up. I'm just going to minimize that for the moment. In here, we've got the project or object selector. There it is. So we've got the selector. And then when it's searching for the object, it's like, all right, cool, we do that. In this sort of case, I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to get rid of that too. You're okay? Oh, that's good to hear. How am I today? I'm glad the weekend is here. So it's been a long week. So yeah, I'm glad the weekend's here. Yeah. Alright, going down all of this. I'm pretty sure most of this is fine. And then we've got the police select object type. There, div, if, object, sorry, it currently looks at the object. Alright, cool. Yep, we still want that to appear. This is going, yep. So, I had quite a lot of red letters today. But I fixed them, so it's all fine and dandy. Yeah, it's just, it's one of those days where you're like, you make a decision, you start implementing it, and then you're like, no, I don't like this. You start rolling back stuff, and then you go back and forth, and you're just like, I've got to pick one method. If someone comes up with a problem, then you pick the other method, and that happened a couple of times. So yeah. All right. I am pretty happy with most of that for the moment. So we're going to go back here. I'm just going to refresh. we're going to add the object. We're just going to select the project. Yeah, let's select that particular. It doesn't matter which date. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to inspect this. Now, at the moment, I've done the smart thing. And I've had it like that. So I can set the height on this. And it should work perfectly fine. Alright, I'm going to do that. So, we've got the style height. We should, it's there. Alright, so the style height, we're going to scroll up until I find the correct thing. That's the pagination stuff. Scrolling up just a little bit more, here it is. So we need to go ref equals wizard. And I need to do a vbind style equals style height. All right. So going back down here, we've got the get object results. Now, before we actually clear the object results, we need to actually set the height. So before clearing results, we set the object height. So we'll need to get the this.style height equals and SoloGen2. Welcome. What am I developing? An open source project management system called NearBeach. So the backend's written Django, which is based off Python. The front end is VueJS. You'll see me more in VueJS than you will with Python because most of the backend's all set up. So yeah, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. So we've got the style height. That will be height pixels, and then we go this dot dollars ref dot wizard dot out height, I think it is. Now I'm going to double check all of this. I'm going to go console log, and I'm just going to go this dollars refs dot wizard. It's refs dot wizard. No, offset height. There we go. I remembered it finally. So yes. Oh, I should also. Sorry, there, Solgen. We actually have the source code. Yeah. Okay, so that should set that, and then we get all the data, and then we get this the response, and then we set it back down to nothing, and we're like, yeah. So I'm going to hit refresh. We're going to hit add object. We're going to go not Kanban card. There's nothing in the Kanban cards with this data set, so we're going to do that, and then we're going to slow things down. So we're going to do the very slow stuff. All right, that's perfect. Now the other thing which we want to do, and I'm just doing this. Oops, I forgot to put it on offline. Is we want to get rid of that. Sorry, it looks like there are no current projects assigned to you. Because if someone's on very slow internet, we don't want. Yeah, we don't want this information showing. I'm just wondering if we still want the search bar showing. We still want the search bar showing. But yeah, we're gonna have to... Whoops. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get rid of those because I don't like them. There. We will be putting in a placeholder. So that sort of indicates that, hey, this is loading. So going with this, we're gonna tell you what, let's I've been using Mac all day, and I'm using the wrong shortcut keys. That should be on this page. So if is searching, object model equals null, day object equals null. All right. Tell you what, we don't want it showing when it is searching, so we're just going to do that. It's going to be either one of those are null, and we're going to be like, please make sure you have, populated the object type and the day. I think that's a better message. As with object results equals nothing, object alert does not equal null, and that doesn't equal null, and then that should. All right, we've got. Will there be timeout mechanisms loading? And is there a retry mechanism? Currently not at the moment, but there will be. So, if something fails on this, sadly you've got to reload the page and it sucks. That is something that we're going to actually tackle with 0.32. The reason why we're not tackling it right now is because we need to sort of redesign a particular thing inside it. And we're going to be doing that for 0.32. So, yeah. At the moment, if you hit something that, let's say your network goes out or anything like that, and something like this does happen, yeah, it is a pain. You have to reload. Kind of hard if your network's out. Whereas it would be awesome if it comes up and it's like, oh, your network timed out, and then you just have a button to hit refresh. Just that little retry, I should say, not refresh. So, yeah, soon. All right, so making sure that isn't null. Now we should be having a status on here. So I'm going to bump that off to the left. We'll have a look at the view stuff. So under the confirmed, the new planner object wizard, we should actually have a status in here. We don't. Oh, is searching true? All right, so the idea being is we do want this appearing when there is no data. However, we don't want it appearing when there's no data. We don't want it appearing when it's searching, because it sends confusing messages. So, up here, wherever that is, here it is. So if the object length is 0, making sure those are definitely not nulled out, and the search status is false. Yeah, I'm just wondering, we could potentially get rid of these if at the very, very start we've got is searching is defaults to true, but it isn't at the start. All right, and there's a good reason why. I think, don't know, we'll find out. All right, so network, I want to turn off the throttling. I am just going to do that and just hit reload. We're going to bump that off to the right at the moment so you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm just going to add in a new object. We're going to go project. So we want this appearing at this sort of stage. So we want to pick the object, I should say object selector and day. And then we get all this. Now, I'm just going to offline the search again. And we're going to hit that. So it should change the is search to true. This is where we want the placeholder. It's no longer showing that other information, which is what we want. All right, cool. I am going to turn off throttling. I'm going to hit refresh, but this search itself is disappearing. All right, so I do want that to stay now, because someone could be filling it out very, very slowly, and you let's say they take a second to sort of type something. You kind of want to search for stuff, and you don't want that hiding, because it'll take that focus off that input, put it somewhere else, and then they're, of course, still typing. That would frustrate me. So that's why I want to remove that out of that hidden place. So that's part of this down here, I do believe. Yeah, it's this here. So we want to cut that out of there. Actually, no, that's the wrong one. That's the input form. Oh, wait, that's the check mark. Sorry, that's not it. It's right here. So we want to get rid of that. So there's got to be objects in there. No, because I could be searching for something and it disappears everything. So yeah, can you explain how I make an executable to the app have a specific code? What do you mean? Like, if you're building, are you talking about a web app or a application on like a desktop application? Because if you're using something like .NET, you would publish, which is, put that there so it's there. How I transform into a button. How I transform in a button. Are we talking web? Sucks. Aw, sweetie. Alright, so we want to do that. And we want to go object day model, sorry, doesn't equal null. So these actually have data in it. Now in this sort of case, we should be doing that to our the code because this is JavaScript. Now I'm going to guess what you mean. If you're wanting to create a web app, let's just say you're using VueJS. And you want to make a button change and stuff like that. I'm just going to go VueJS Playground. Can I zoom in? All right, so let's say we've got a button here. Import right from that. Let button text equal press me, and then what I want to do is I want to click on. So I want a function button click. Okay, I'll explain this in a minute. Give me 2 seconds. Clicked equals button click. All right. Like transform in a shortcut. Example: a game to make executable. Okay. Depending on the language. So if you're like compiling a game, let's say you do it in .NET, because I just used that example before. You would use .NET Publish, and that will actually create the executable for you, to the point where you can actually give that executable out along with all the other libraries that are, done with it. So that's what I think you mean. Sorry, that's what I think you mean. Otherwise, I was thinking possibly you were talking about this, where you can transform the button by clicking on it. Oh, I didn't do anything. Ah. No, it won't be that. Do I not need this? Alright, I bugged something up there. Okay, going back into here. So we know the object model equals null and the day model equals null. We won't show this. However, if it's searching and stuff like that, this will constantly show. So we'll be happy with that. All right, and that will actually go above here. So we're actually putting that up at the top. I'm just cutting and pasting just because I'm lazy and I've got my hand on the mouse already. So, yeah, that's okay. It depends on the language that you're using. So something like Python, I don't know. Because I've never made any Python stuff into executables and stuff like that. I've learned a little bit of React recently, got an internship where I'll be learning Angular and working on stuff. So like, what do you look for a framework or library or front end? So I like using new frameworks and libraries and all that kind of stuff all the time. So if I do a new project, I tend to use a different sort of framework or language. A good example is NearBeach is done in Django and VueJS. I have a WordPress site which is WordPress with React, so PHP and React. I've got another website which is Embraco, which doesn't have any JavaScript on it whatsoever. It does, but it's vanilla JavaScript, and we're talking it just opens and closes stuff. The reason why I picked VueJS and Django for NearBeach is because at the time it was I knew Python and I knew VueJS. I knew Django, I knew VueJS. So that's why I picked it at the time. If I were to rewrite this, would I pick another framework? Potentially. And a different language too. So yeah. It is? Okay, cool. It is .NET. Sweet. Yeah, it's .NET Publish. And you got to remember, if you're using a solution file and a project file and all that kind of stuff, you've got to I think you point at the solution using a particular command. There it goes. So you go .NET Publish, and then where the solution is. Weird question, do you think that programming using Ubuntu is programming in hard mode? No. I've been programming in Ubuntu for a long time. Yeah. Ubuntu has been pretty easy to set up, so I usually set and forget everything. And it usually takes me only a couple of hours to set everything up. And thank you very much for the follow, Solojin. So welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. All right. So we've got the search up there. We've got the little warning saying, "Hey, can you fill stuff out?" We've got the little warning being like, we got nothing back. I'm terribly sorry. We are then rendering out the results. So let's have a look at what it looks like now. I'm going to, once again, throttle. So we're going to, not the Kanban card, we're going to go project. And there it goes. So the search terms pops up really, really quickly. We're going to put in a placeholder in a second. So when I do something like that, all of this will do that. Sweet. And then when we're going to search for stuff, now you guys didn't see that because this is off to the right. So I'm going to do that again. So currently at the moment, notice how many times it actually searches. So it sends off a lot of requests, and what can actually happen is we could get a race condition where essentially one of the bits of data comes a little bit later than expected, and essentially it doesn't give us the correct results. One way around that is we add a little wait. So every single time someone types in something, it starts a timer. And if someone types in something again, it resets that timer. And it doesn't do anything until that timer has run out, and then it will search. So yeah. Do you usually finish projects during live stream, or do you more or less continue them? So I do actually do NearBeach off stream. Also, there's quite a lot of things that I just do. There's a lot of administration with NearBeach also. Like I might get someone put in a bug request or something like that when I'm, let's say it's on the weekend or something like that, and I'll jump on and try and fix it as fast as possible. So, yeah. All right. So, I'm going to move that off to the right. We'll fix that up in a second. That's a pretty easy thing to fix. So there it goes. Sorry. Currently, it looks like there are no projects assigned to you. Only yeah. All right. So, we're all happy with that. We want the placeholder, but I think I've already got a placeholder somewhere else, which I am just going to yank. If I can find it. It's somewhere, I swear. Where do I put it? There it is. So if I copy that, and I go over here, so loading placeholder, please make sure you're we are just going to paste that one right there. We are changing this to, I must have hit the wrong key. We're changing this to is searching. Because if it's searching, we just pop this up. Understood. And NearBeach was your creation, or were you invited? So yeah, NearBeach started off, there's a bit of a story behind NearBeach. So when I was working at the university, they got me, no, that's not the drawing thing. They got me to build a little sort of task management tool, because we're talking, this is like 15 years ago and stuff like that. They just needed something simple to track all the tasks coming in, so forth like that. And then one year I was like, I should actually develop this a lot better. And one of my friends was like, why don't you build a web app? And I was like, all right, cool. It was around about that time that I was sort of upskilling to sort of move on somewhere else. So NearBeach was actually first a sort of a learning project because I had already built this out and it was working perfectly fine, and I just needed a project to help me learn. So yeah, it started off like that. That was like back in 8 years ago, well over 8 years ago now. It would be 2015 almost. No, 2016. Ooh, and we just hit an ad break. So yeah, and then back in 2020, to be specific, August 2020, I was looking at NearBeach and I was like going, there's a lot of stuff in here that doesn't make sense for a project management system. It was just like, oh, I can try and build that, and I've just shoved it in willy-nilly, and it just didn't work. There were a lot of issues with NearBeach. NearBeach was not, I wouldn't even call it a minimal viable product. It was a bunch of proof of concepts put together. So I deleted 95% of the code. Something I regret. I should have deleted 100% of the code. Yeah, and then from there, it was shortly after that. So I started streaming at the end of 2020. Mainly January 2021. And yeah, I've just been rebuilding it ever since. Actually, I rebuilt it, it got back, and then essentially now I'm adding in more features again, and I'm sort of trying to improve the UI, UX, and so forth like that. So yeah. So that's where it is. And along the way, we've had a couple of people contribute, which is awesome. We've had a lot of ideas thrown at us. So yeah, it's pretty good. Anyway, welcome back, everyone. Yeah, you do. When you come across real problems, you're like, all right, cool, how can I do this, and stuff like that. And there's a lot of times too where at the time you had a limited set of knowledge and you solved it for that particular case. And then later on you've come back and you're like, I can do this better. And you just refactor the code. So yeah, there's a lot of code in NearBeach that's been refactored over and over and over and over and over again. So yeah, 0.32, there will be even more code refactored. It's going to be mental. So yeah. Anyway, let's go back over here. I am just gonna take off the throttling. I'm gonna hit refresh. We're gonna hit that add object. I'm gonna add in that. I'm going to change that. Oh, all right. That was a little bit of a problem. Yes. All right. And I can fix that. So what I'm going to do is I am going to turn off throttling. I'm going to refresh. I'm going to add in an object. I'm going to be like, all right, cool. It's going to be a project. And I'm going to put on offline mode. So the instant I search for something, this is the problem. We've got the placeholder covering everything. Sure, the idea has amazing. Thank you. So yeah. Yeah, it's small improvements here and there, and over time, they will add up, which is good. So we're going to actually add in a minimum in here. I think that's a good enough height. So in the code, what we've got is, and I'm scrolling in the wrong section of the code. I should be going down. In the code, we've got the heights set here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go const height equals, and then I'm going to go this $refs dot wizard dot offset height is greater or greater, just greater than, we're going to go 182. And what we're going to do is we're going to make it this $refs dot offset. Otherwise, we're going to make it that. So what this is checking is it's going to make sure that the offset height is bigger than this. If it isn't, it's going to set the default at 182. Otherwise, yeah, we'll grab that height. And then in here, what we can do is we can just write in the height. And what I want to do is I want to turn off throttling. I'm going to refresh. Sorry, this sometimes happens. I refresh when it hasn't fully compiled. We are going to put back on the throttling. We're going to add an object. We're going to go card and we're going to go day, and there we go. We saw the change then. And that way when we get something smaller, it pops back into place. So we've got a minimum value there. Sweet. So it looks like this is working. I just need to fix that problem, which is our next sort of thing to fix. So it's actually searching every single time, which is not what we want. All right, cool. So every single time we do the search change, let's have a look at the watch. So down here we've got a bunch of watch. We've got the search term model. And I'm gonna insert into here a check. So if this dot search, we don't have the object yet. That's not a problem. We should have an object called search timeout. Does not equal empty strings. What we're going to do is this dot clear out. Sorry, it's clear out timer. This dot timeout. So yeah, that will stop the clock. And then we reset it. So, set up the timer so there are either more than 3 characters or blank results. All right, cool. So, if this dot search. Now, I can write in this.search everywhere else and stuff like that, or I can type a new value up here. The only reason why I'm doing that is it just condenses everything, and I know I'm going to get the latest value too. So, if new value.length is greater or equal to 3, or the new value.length equals 0, what we're going to do is solidify the height. No, we're going to do that when that searches. So this dot search timeout equals set timeout. It'll be one of these, and then what we want to do. Just paste that in. And that's it. Oops, I cheated. The code was already existing. But yeah, that's pretty much all we're doing. Yeah. Alright, I am making sure I turn off the throttle because that will take forever to sort of download. Where's my ball? Okay, so I'm going to add back on the throttle. We're going to hit this. We're going to search for project, search for the day, and we've got something like that, and then because yeah, I haven't actually put in 500 milliseconds. That's silly of me. All right. Let's hit reload. Let's open up that object again. Let's put on let's go the project. Let's click on that. Let's go hello. So hello doesn't have anything in there, and that's perfectly fine. We're going to get rid of one of the little things, nothing in there. And then, but HEL does actually have stuff. Sorry, socks, I keep hitting me on the nose. Now, in this sort of case, this is a bug down here. If we've only got one page, we don't need to show the pagination results down there. It doesn't make much sense. So we're gonna make it disappear. So we're gonna go all the way up to this set number of page with the pagination, and it's gonna be greater than 1. That's it. That was a quick and easy fix. Oops, sorry, Socks. I keep booping Socks on the nose. She's got her head just over the bed where the mouse is. I might move the mouse so I can stop doing that to her. She's like, stop it. Alright, let's go into this mode again. Let's search for a project. Let's search for another day. Let's search people. There we go, that's a lot better. We're only sending now 1 result. Now, if you're wondering what if someone's typing slow, let's say a letter a second. So the first 2 letters that they key in, it does nothing. And then it will finally search. So people. In that sort of case, I was able to type very, very slow. So P and O P L E. So yeah, even at this sort of speed with it, we're throttling it down to GPRS speeds, which are 50 kilobits per second down. So very, very slow. I'm going to bump this off to the left so you guys can actually see. So very, very slow, but we are getting very small amounts of data back. So not a problem. Like, that's fine. I don't know how long it actually took to actually get that data, but there we go. Half a second. So that's what we've currently set it off at. In this sort of case, the server will be pretty fast in the sense that unless you're really throttling both the server and your speed and stuff like that, I think we shouldn't hit any sort of cases where we've got a race condition. So, yeah. Alright, I'm going to move that to the right. Alright, so I'm going to close that. I'm going to think we just need a test. So I'm happy with how that's popping up and down and so forth like that, but what happens if I change that? Ooh, okay, so that's a bug. Maybe because it's set 5 milliseconds delay. So yeah, so that 500 milliseconds timeout, not delay. Yes. Oh, I knew what you meant. But yeah, in this sort of case, we can say that, yeah, I would be like, all right, cool, we are actually delaying sending off that packet for 500 milliseconds, because the vast majority of people will type faster than half a second. Like, they can get to the next couple of characters pretty quickly. So yeah, and 500 milliseconds is on that sort of edge where you're like, where you type something in, you wait half a second and then you get your results. You're like, all right, not so bad. What was I thinking? What was I doing? Oh yeah, when we change this, so the object selected, we actually want to make sure everything gets updated pretty much straight away. So we are after the watch section, and also welcome UV. Welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. So with the day model, if new value doesn't equal null and the object doesn't equal null, is searching It's false and return. Get that. All right, cool. If the object model, so the new value equals null, link model equals nothing. We might, there's two trains of thought here. Now, in reality, if I let's say change this to task or Kanban card, I kind of do want it to sort of search for what's there. We do want to get rid of the selected links. We do want to get rid of the results. And we want to research, and the best thing is it'll actually pick up what's there if I leave it like that. So what I'm going to do is, if this .day model doesn't equal null, we could actually search. So this dot get object results. So we'll be passing through the this.day model, and we're gonna set the destination page back to 1. Yeah, thanks. I didn't got it at first, what you're doing, but now I got it. If I am right, you're trying to narrow down the size and time for the delta. Is that? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so essentially, let's say I type in people. There's I can't count. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 letters. Let's say we type at a normal sort of rate and stuff like that. We could get that sort of typed reasonably fast, within a second or two, easily. Now, we don't want to send off 7 requests for data. What we want to send off is 1. And yeah, so we just add in a delay before we send it. If you interrupt that delay, it just restarts the countdown and it just waits till you stop typing for half a second, and then it sends the data. And it'll work perfectly fine if someone's a really slow typer, because the data size is really, really tiny, that on normal internet, it'll come fast. It'll come in half a second. Well, it is for me at the moment. So yeah. I will be teaching. I will be testing NearBeach in certain extreme conditions. So one of the conditions is actually testing NearBeach with a really slow internet connection, and seeing what are the pain points with that, and seeing if we could actually improve that. All right, I should turn off throttling. No throttling, cool. I should refresh. I'm gonna add to planner. Let's say we do the project for this particular date, and we're like, Congress. And I'm like, all right, sweet. And then like, no, it's not a project. It's meant to be a task. Perfect. All right. And that way, it quickly searches for you. Faster suggestion for typing. Got you. Yeah. There's also a Kanban card. Boom. All right, and then you're like, "Oops, sorry, I meant that." And instead of resetting everything, we're just searching, and yeah. Okay, I think we're finished improving this. And then if we get rid of that, it'll get everything, and then you can still paginate. It's just these. Yeah, if we do change this, it will get rid of the things. So if you do that and then you come back, it will untick them, which I think is fair. However, if you tick these, go to let's say another page and then come back, they're still there, and let's say you search for a Congress, that one we've already ticked, and then you can tick, let's say, these, and let's say you go back here, that first one was searched out and stuff like that, so that still works a treat. And then we can just save them in and boom, there they are. And then you can move them around. And because the backend is actually handling the fact that removing those particular tasks for Saturday automatically. All right. So one of the problems we had quite a while ago, where we did something very clever to fix it up because all the data was collected and rendered out on, collected and presented to the front end, is if we look at Saturday, if I accidentally add project 2 back onto Saturday, we want it to disappear. However, if we do that here, you'll notice if we pick Friday, we've got project 2. If we hit Saturday, there's no project 2 anymore. Now, the next thing we've got to do is, let's say we add project 2 here, because you could be working on the same project over multiple different days. So you might be like, all right, cool, I'm going to actually do project 2 on Friday and Saturday. What could potentially happen is the user could try and move it over here, but look at that, it doesn't let you. It does freak out. On the bottom right, you'll see like a message pop up being like, sorry, that exists over here. So that's a bug. It'll move fine over here. It's just when we move it over here, yeah, it's popping it up and dropping it very, very quickly. All right. And I should also have it so it blanks out there. Now I forgot what library I'm using. It's like VueJS or something like that. However, there's quite a number of them. Let me double check my package.json. Where's my draggable stuff? Let's just go drag. VueJS. There it is. So, one thing which occurred to me, this is just me playing around with it. Oh yeah, it's that one. Ooh. All right. I'm just wondering if there is the ability to have it disabled over it. There's transitions. Oh. Nested, no. Third party, no. Table columns. I mean, that does look cool. Not gonna lie. So probably not. Full support of sortable stuff. So want to swap detection. Ooh. So documentation. That's what I'm after at the moment. So I'm going to have a look at this, and the reason being is I want to see what they're doing to see if I can implement like a disabled sort of feature. So when you hover over it, a little grey box pops up and goes, nah, you don't want to do that. So shared list cloning, disabled sorting. No, it's disabling the items themselves. Nested, no, it's just not what we want. And I don't know if it's possible. I'm just inspecting this at the moment. And how would I do it? Actually, let's just see if there's any CSS tricks at the moment. So if we can grey out a div. Message box opacity? Potentially. That works. That works really, really well. But I feel like someone's thinking that they can drop it in there. And that's another thing which I want to sort of also look at is when we're moving this, have the background select. So we do like get HTTP for typing responses. So if you're using Python for the background, right, can you tell me a little about the backend? And I have an idea about the drag. So the dragging stuff at the moment, this is all VueJS. Yeah, I'm just thinking how I can actually improve this. Now, if I improve this, I'm automatically improving the Kanban board because I actually use the same components, which is good news. Except this one has the functionality where you can't drag on existing. So, sorry. I mean, I can blue that. You mean like this? Yeah, that was actually... I remember actually implementing that. And essentially someone come in and been like, you should actually put like a ghost effect and do something like that. And I'm like, oh yeah. Now I noticed that there is actually a bug here. You can't actually sort in the same column. All right. So that's a different bug where I'm gonna have to actually fix that now. All right. But first, let's actually close off on this bug because we're actually happy with it. So I'm going to remove the static that we've just generated. So git status. We've only edited those 4 files. I'll do this up the top so everyone can see. We've only edited those files. Git add, git commit. This is a bug fix. We just paste that in. Make sure I don't have any double quotes in the thing. I'm just going to git push that. That's easy done. And then npm run watch. So we are going to put this in version alpha 0.31.92. We've got a nope 93. We've released 92 already. 93. No options. Cool. Let's make one. I'm just doing hot pink. Why not? So to do, I think like when you hover on cart with other card holding, get the index and add between something like that. That's almost what I'm currently doing. So I can actually show you the code. Let's close all the tabs. Let's open up this. Let's close that one too. I'm just going to minimize everything, not expand everything because the node library will crash this whole thing. Let's go into source, JavaScript. Let's go to the components. We're going to go from the top down with this particular thing. So we're going to open up not the components. This will be my planner. So we've got my planner.view. In here, we've got the draggable stuff. And then for each item, there's an event which we actually hit. I will, oh, we've just had an ad break. So, we run ads on Twitch every half an hour to stop people getting ads when they just join the channel. They're called preload ads, they suck. Don't worry, you won't get any ads at the moment, but we tend to do this to sort of, so no one misses out on any content. So, yeah. Usually get to see me do this or solve a Rubik's Cube. I can hear my phone going off, so something's going mental. Hopefully it's not an emergency or anything like that. All right. Nope. Oh, hang on. Build Swagger. Failed. Yeah. No. Damn it. All right. I will have to look after that soon. So, yeah. Yeah, we just do this so no one misses out on any content. I sometimes talk about stories and so forth like that here. Yeah. Hopefully you're going well. So, yeah, I'm glad it's Friday. I need the weekend. I'm going crazy with how much work I've been doing. Yeah. Alright, how are we with ads? 10 seconds left. Alright, I won't be able to solve this in that time. I'm not that fast. I can hardly get under 45 seconds anymore. Alright. And welcome back, everyone. Alright, let's jump straight back into the code. So, this is part of the draggable section. So if we were to look at the front end, that would be one of these whole entire columns. So if I just zoom over, it'll be one of these. So this is the draggable. By the way, did you know about Django C++? No. I'm probably saying this wrong. Drogon. There we go. Not Drongo. Ooh. Alright. So I use a lot of .NET at work. Run your application anywhere knowing it's fast as it could be. Alright. Faster than asynchronous. Ooh. It's the fastest backend framework for HTTPS. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Let's have a look at the docs. Also support WebSockets. Nice. That's one thing I've got to actually look at. You need to use Django channels. All right, cool. Yeah, it's one thing. So we're doing sort of a big change for 0.32, which is why I'm doing a lot of bug fixing and stuff like that. I'm trying to sort of get NearBeach in a really, really good position where it's stable enough that I can support it with library updates and an odd bug fix here and there and so forth like that before I start 0.32, which is going to be a very big, massive change. We're like changing the database, we're changing how the page renders and stuff like that. So at the moment we're using a hybrid system. There was a reason why I was using the hybrid system. However, now I feel that reason is kind of shooting us in the foot. So we're going to change that and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, WebSockets is something we will be looking at too to see if we might implement it. It's up in the air at the moment. And Nocturnal, how are you? Yeah, I've never heard of this. This is pretty cool. I'm going to put that up there. What's up? We're just talking about 0.32, but otherwise I'm looking at that. Otherwise not much. We are just fixing up this. So I've just found a bug where if we grab this, we can't sort on the date itself, which is a bit annoying. I fixed that one. I'm just going to go new issue. We're going to go my planner can't sort cards on current day. So method one, log into NearBeach and go to your planner. Make sure a single day has multiple cards in it. Shuffle the cards around. Expected results. Cards will move around easily, so users can sort priorities. Actual results does not allow it. All right. Now this is, I'm gonna say majority. It would be a majority pain point if I were. Actually, I'm gonna slip it down to normal. This would be part of the planner, not the profile. My planner. There we go. We'll look at it for this particular version. So we're up to 93 in here. Holy hell, we're like 7 off 100. We're definitely going to hit it. All right. I'm just going to go directly to it. I'm going to undo that. Is your hobby project... oh, is this your hobby project or is it a real project? You can actually use this. It is a minimal viable product. Actually, it's a bit more than a minimal viable product now. Like, we do actually have users for this. So yeah, I do support it. So yeah, it is a real project. Started off as a hobby, or more of a learning project, and evolved into this. So yeah, I did have a story before. I drew a bunch of circles and stuff like that on here, and it's a very detailed story. Yeah. Getting back onto here, we want to get this sort order done. So over here, we've got a end. This is what actually happens. This will call this particular function when someone drops a card on there. However, when we're moving stuff, that's where, if we go back here, I'm going to inspect this. I'm trying to remember what the cards are called. So it's my planner, is my planner body is the whole thing, and then the my planner single day list group. So this is the template, this is the item equals the element. All right, so my planner body, class my planner single day list group. This is what we want. So we've got the group of objects. Group class will be ghost. Use item key for vday. Yep. All right. Cool. That's just rendering everything out. Vbind data job on move. So when we're moving, we process it with this. So if we go down here, and this is the function we call when we're moving stuff around. So const new element, event to object type, event drag dataset. All right, so this is just I like to call this flat packing. Has no connection with whatsoever with any words and stuff like that. I don't know. One day I just said flat packing, and I'm just running with it. What this does is instead of having to type out all of these constantly, I just flat it down to that. It just makes the code easier to read. So yeah, sometimes I just make up words and you know what? That's why I'm doing it. I'm cool. So in this sort of case, we've got the new element. So we're checking if the object exists. So check to make sure the object already exists in the final location. So when we're hovering over something, the object exists equals and then we filter for it. And we do 2 filters. So the first, this is just how the data's set up. Let me show you the data. So if I bump that off to the left again, I've got a math degree, so for me, data is awesome. We've got the object data, and we've got data. I think it's the data down here. Yeah, so it's the data down here. The data array. So it's looking at the data array, and what it's doing is we're looking at the new elements 2. So when you drag this over here, we're going to get some data from here to be like, all right, cool. This is the date that we're looking for. So there's the date. Get me back all that data. So it does. And then, so we'll get the date. So in this sort of case, it'll be the second one in here. And then inside here, we're actually going to try and filter for this data in here to see if it matches that first card. So that's what we're doing in here. Now, I should add in, will increase the memory, will increase the memory used though, unless JavaScript view translation step does something interesting, which I doubt, or the JavaScript engine. With this, yeah, it will. It is filtering, and then it should. I do believe because we turn this into a boolean at the end of it, it just releases whatever it created. Oop, I dropped that. Yeah. I'm not too worried, because for this particular one, there's only ever going to be 7. Oh, all right, cool. No. The new element is where we're going to drop that card. So, yeah. Now, we've got to make sure that the do I have the element from? So I'm just having a quick think. What I probably want to do is I'm going to go const old element equals a z dot from, I think it is. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if we have not moved away from the column. Return false. Return true. Okay, so if the new element data set job date equals the old element starter we're just returning true, and then that's fine. So that should potentially fix that issue. The URL is what I currently hold. Yeah, that filtering is where we find the place, I guess. Yes. So it does 2 steps with filtering. What it does is, I'll close that so you, I closed it and then I opened it again. Go to the right. What it does is, let's say we're moving from here into one of these columns. Let's say this column Sunday. What it's got to do is it's got to find data in that Sunday first. So it hovers over it and goes, all right, cool. We're going to land here. I need the data for this particular day. And from there, what we do is we can get that data for that for this particular date, and we just search through it to see, oh, does that card exist in there? If it doesn't, it goes, cool. You can move stuff in there. Sweet. If it does exist in there, it's like, nah, you won't be able to move that card in there. And that's why it's returning back these trues and falses and so forth like that. Now, could I do that better? Yes. Yes, I can. How would I do that better? Once again, we're dealing with data. So you'll always have you'll always have the days in order. So you'll, for example, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and so forth like that. If this is tomorrow, it'll be Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and so forth like that. So it'll always be in that order, where today's date goes on the very, very left, and then it's the next date, the day after, the day after, and the day after. And I should do that the opposite way because I think the thing's mirrored. So it'll be today, tomorrow, the day after, and so forth like that. Now, I could pass through. If we actually have a look at these, I'm going to have to actually bump this off to the left. So we're having a look at the Friday here. If you have a look at the Friday, we've got data, job, date, and we've got the job date in there. Now, the reason why we've got that in there is because we needed it elsewhere too. So there's a good reason why that's in there. It's a lot easier for me to actually access that data attribute than it is anything else. But you'll also notice that there's data index in there too, and I could potentially just use that. Would it be better to just show the week normal and then highlight the current one via the highlight? I think I've specifically done it this way because the idea with the planner is to plan from today 7 days ahead. So yeah, it's designed to be that simple. So yeah, it doesn't matter what you've done the day before or anything like that. You're meant to come into here in the first 5 minutes of the day and shuffle things around and be like, all right, cool, this is what I'm working on for the next week. Cool, I'll come back in a couple of days and review it. And then this, whatever you put in here, will actually show on the dashboard. Oops, wrong one. I want to move that to the right. So if you actually go to the dashboard, you'll notice that my planner will pop up here. So sorted by time, if it released, cart on the column right. Yeah. So an easy way, which I've just realized I don't know why I'm not doing it. So if I go to the left, let's inspect the first one. So on the first one, you got the data index is 0, and then you got 1, 2, 3. Why not using that? Because I could get rid of this filter and access the data directly. So yeah, and what I mean is, if I go const object exists equals this dot date array, we just open it up like that. We know we've got the new element dot data set dot, and then we've just got in here index like that. And then I can apply my filter. Then I'm getting rid of these complex lines. That simplifies down, and it does a lot less work too, because we're not filtering. We're going directly to an index in the array. Sorry, an index position in the array. That should work. All right, I'm going to hit refresh. Sometimes this happens. I just broken stuff already. Can't read property of null. What have I broken? All right, I am just making sure it isn't this code. And by doing that, I am going to comment out that code. Oh, it does those automatically for me now. Yep, all right, cool. I'm also going to comment out this whole code. Oops. Like that. All right. And the idea is this is just going to return true. And Mohammed, how are you going? Hello, welcome, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. So sorting is by time if released at the cut on the column right. Yeah, so let's, all right, so we've got, that's working. All right, I'm just going to return it back to that. We need to actually do an exit bracket like that. Yep, that's perfectly fine. Thanks. Have a question? I'll try and answer the question. Sometimes I'm really bad at answering questions, so yep. But do ask away. All right, refreshing, everything's done. That's working perfectly fine. Yep, cool. So now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a console log. I'm going to double check to make sure I can get new element dot dataset dot index. Actually, I'm going to stay at dataset at the moment. We are going to refresh. Okay, the index is a 1. I think I know what's happening. What I'm also going to print out at the moment is this dot date array. All right. There's a reason why I'll print it out in a second. I'm just going to hit refresh. We're going to delete all of that. I'm going to shove that over there and do that. So we've got this. And then there it goes. So if I go temp 0 and I type in the 1, I'll get the data for Saturday. If I type in the 2, I'll do that and type in the 3. If I type in like that, no, that should work. Okay. So let's do this slowly. Yeah, object exists. We're either hitting a problem there or we're hitting a problem lower. I'm just gonna wait a little while. I'm gonna hit refresh and I'll put back all the code and it's working. Which means I maybe had a typo somewhere. Print also time, so we can see exactly the index is sorting on time properly. Yep. In this sort of case, I have the view debugger, so I can actually double check that. So we've got the new planner down here. The date, the data itself that we're filtering for is this one down here. and we can actually expand it and actually see all that sort of stuff. So yeah, and what this does is to render out the page, you'll notice that this lines up with, there's the Friday, it lines up with that column, and the next one is the Saturday, and so forth like that. So, all right, I am going to refresh that again. So now I should be able to do the same column, but I can't move that one in. But now I can't do any other column. Okay, so we've got another issue now. Let's have a look at this. So I'm going to make a slight change. I'm just going to call this objects at the start. I'm going to remove that, and then I'm going to go, this will be, let's just do a let at the moment. All right, so we've got something like that. That's a simple bool statement. The reason why I'm doing it like this is I want to see what the objects spit out. So I'm going to go console log. I'm just typing in objects. Easy done. And then we're going to go back in here. We're going to open up this. We're going to... Ooh, all right. No, there's another problem. Okay, this data array, new element, index filter is not a function. Is it that? Did I forget to put in data? Yeah, I just forgot to put in data. All right, easy done. Let's get... Let's do this again. So yeah, that should resolve back down into a boolean. All right. I don't know if there's a contains. Oh, JavaScript string includes though. No. I'm just double checking one thing. No, all right. Not a problem. Now the next thing is we've got this new toast that keeps popping up and it keeps flashing on and off and stuff like that. Includes some. All right, let's have a look. JavaScript array of objects include some. How to determine JavaScript? Then there's some where name. Oh. And hello, NearBeach. How are you going? Hopefully you're going well. Welcome back. Why did I choose to use dataset attributes for drag and drop instead of managing the state directly in Vue? Alright, so the reason being, this is the Vue sort of stuff. I need to actually get to certain information in here, which is stored against pretty much the object itself. So if we go in here, I'm just going to go console log event. Alright. Let's go back over here. Let's hit refresh. Let's remove that. If I pick that up and move it, all right, there's going to be a badillion in here. So I'm just going to store one like that, and I'm just going to delete everything. So we've got temp 0. This is the information that I have in that function. So that function itself is called move, and that's actually connected to the draggable attribute, the draggable thing, which is part of the Vue draggable plugin, which we had open before. Yeah, the Vue draggable. So this here. So this is the data I have access to, and I realized that a lot of it's actually pointing at the objects themselves. So having the object contain a little bit of data, I was like, I need that. I just need it. The data set becomes really large. Will using filter for duplicate checks impact performance? Of what would a more optimized approach? All right. So yes, this can actually get really large. Someone might put in 10,000 cards in a single column for fun, for absolute fun, and yeah, it will actually impact the performance then. Yeah, it's definitely unoptimized, and I'm happy to optimize it. Which is why I'm just wondering if it's optimal to do something like that. So yeah, the idea being is when we move a card over into SatDay, I want to check to make sure that there isn't a duplicate card in there already. Some will be more performant. All right. All right, so we've got an array, so even element like that. Okay. What if we like move that card with minimal data, like time just for sorting or old index, I guess. I'm just having a think. Because I've got to make that check at one particular point, no matter what. I can't drag it and make it drop in there, because then there'll be duplicates in there. So I either check it whilst we're moving, which is probably very unoptimized, because what's actually happening is it's checking every single time you move a pixel. Yeah, that's going to be an issue. I can definitely see that. I could potentially do it on the drop, but I'll need to inform the user why. And then when we drop it in, I just need to check that one column, which if we've got the attribute data already on there for the, well, we'll have the destination column, that's easy, which then we can get the data that's in there very easily. Then we've just got to check that data to be like, hey, this already exists. If it exists, we then tell the user. But then again, the one... Cheers, thank you. The one thing is, all right, we'll just use our imaginations at the moment. Let's say this particular bottom card is also over here. If the user is doing this, they're most likely expecting it's in there. So I'm just having a good think at the moment. So the problem is I don't want to draw that there. What if you have one data on each card with their ID, and on the index data, we just have to change the ID for week or data, and we update the data in the particular set? Yeah, all right, cool. I'll quickly draw what I'm thinking you're saying. All right. So let's say we've got the ID. And then we've got the column. And then a barcode. All right. Oh, nope. Live demos. All right, I'm gonna shut that so you guys can see this. Disabled columns. Where are you? Would it be a good idea to extract a duplicate check logic into a separate function for better readability and maintainability? Potentially, yeah. The idea here, though, is this whole entire move function does that sort of check. So if I were to move it out, it'll literally be like move event and then another function name. So in most cases, yeah, you could potentially, if this particular logic was squished in between other logic, then yes, definitely. In this specific case, it would be renaming the particular function. Would that be better for that? What if each card has its own data file with full information, and we use it to separate index file just to track the layout and position? So when you move or hold a card, we only update the index file with minimum information. Then on release, we sync the changes back to both the index and the card's data file. It keeps things lightweight during interaction and clearly separates layout from the content thoughts. All right, I'm just trying to understand exactly what you're trying to say. Give me a minute or two. What if each card has its own data file with full information? And we separate the index just to track the layout and position. All right, so I'm going to move this to the left. I'm going to open up the VueJS. You can use JSON if you're not using it. I think that will overly complicate stuff. At the moment, each one of these cards is actually in here as part of the data in VueJS. So if we open up list of days, you'll notice that. No, the wrong one. Sorry. Where am I? I'm at the wrong one. My planner. There we go. The data array, if we open them up, we've actually got the cards in here. So the idea is when we drag, let's say, this card off to Sunday or something like that, what it will do is it moves this piece of data over into the relative days data. So we'll move it over here into Sunday and shove it into there. Is there a better way of doing this? Most likely, possibly yes. The idea why I've done it like that is that way when the thing renders out, it's not filtering every single time on a big array. So it's just like, all right, cool. On this day, I'm just rendering out these. Let me paste my long message. I have to use AI and have to split it. Fair enough. You might need 2 JSONs, one data JSON, one to index JSON. Yeah. The other thing I could potentially do, love from Pakistan. Well, welcome, welcome. It is, I don't know what time it is in Pakistan. Oh, it's the afternoon, mid-afternoon. Oh, nice. The other thing I could potentially do is I could where did I draw it up? I could have a simple table where I've got the card IDs and what columns they exist in. And what I could do is the instant someone starts moving a card, I could calculate, hey, what columns does this card exist in that isn't the current column? And just give me the list, a distinct list of columns. And then disable the columns that way. And that way when they drop the card or anything like that, we just take away all the disabled columns. And you're from India. Welcome, welcome. I do actually get quite a number of Indian watchers, which is awesome. So yeah, I think it's that time of day. So yes, it's the afternoon. I think it's 4 p.m. in India. That's a question. Time in India. Yeah, 4 p.m. All right. That way, when the user's dragging, we are no longer actually having to do those checks over and over and over again, which yes, that will make it a lot easier when you got a lot of data. Because it is possible someone could just fill this whole thing out for fun. I wouldn't put it past anyone. So... Okay. Just thinking how I could do this efficiently. And I'm also thinking, how do I get the data and all that kind of fun stuff. So I'm just going to open up the console. Sorry, not the console, the network. I'm just going to refresh the page. So we've got the My Planner. All right, yeah, it just comes with the whole page. We're going to get rid of that, the curtain. And it gets all that. So it doesn't load in with the data. Object data. Yeah, all right, so we're not fetching the data after loads. Oh, sorry. Could you just store an index of the card in a list? Then the objects don't move, and you just update the list of ints. And that's easy, yeah. That's also another idea.
And I don't know if I just dropped YouTube's loading video just did its thing. I like how you handle the drag and drop logic. Do you think using .sum instead of filter would make the duplicate check more efficient? Someone on the Twitch chat says that .sum will be more efficient. So yeah, I'm going to do the .sum. Definitely going to do that as a replacement, but also at the same time, sorry, the wrong screen. So when I move the card, it's doing the calculations this many times, which is a lot. So yeah, I'll also at the same time only get it to do it once. And hey, from Japan, how are you? Konnichiwa. So yeah, I know only a few words, so though I am learning. So yeah. This is just for the planner. So yeah. Okay. So the idea of this functionality is project 2 exists in this column 2. We don't want the user to drag and drop it in there. So I'm thinking of ways that we can make this a lot better, because currently at the moment, if we do actually have quite a number of cards in there, it's going to take a while to calculate. So my 2 plan of attack is when someone starts moving, we check which columns they're in and disable them. The next sort of step is that use the sum instead of the filter. And I'm hoping my stream is going okay. I got a second warning. The current stream is at 26 kilobits, is lower than recommended. Yeah, I know, that's just as fast as my internet goes. I'm sorry if everyone's having stream issues. So yeah. Yeah, it's a good problem to sort of solve, because initially I just did this because it was quick and easy and I could get it done. However, we're here, we could do this a lot better. In fact, I think we can add some functionality on this. And yeah, all right. All right, I think I've got an idea. Fair enough. Yeah, no, I think I got an idea. So I'm definitely still going to use the sum, as in like SOME functionality. I'm going to do it where when we move the card, it will go through each and every day, check to see if the card's already there, excluding the current day, and then flag a boolean to be like, does this exist or not? Now the other problem is how I'm going to set up this data, because you have to differentiate which ones you picked and no longer be a simple index. Yes. I really enjoy the way you're explaining. Just wondering, would it be a good idea to move the duplicate check logic into a separate helper function for better readability and maintainability? Considering this whole thing is in itself technically one function. Renaming it would be better. This function only does that check. So yeah, what I'm going to do first is I'm actually going to remove it. And we're going to do the checks the instant someone picks up a card, but I need to actually read some documentation for that. So yeah, the idea being is when someone picks up a card, we're going to do all those checks. We're going to flag somewhere whether or not a particular place is disabled. And when someone drops the card, we're going to go through and say, we're going to change all those values and be like, all right, nothing is disabled. Instead of using the filter, we're going to use the sum, S-O-M-E, sum, not S-U-M, because it's been stated a couple of times tonight that that's more efficient. So, yes. All right, let's get to it. I've just got to find, I'm going to zoom in for everyone. There we go. Let's go into the, here, we don't have disabled in there. What I want to do is view draggable.next. Let's have a look at the documentation. I'll try and find some of the documentation. So we've got all this, draggable, template item, draggable, model. All right. I'm just gonna. All right. So we've got the draggable, handle, groups, class sorting. I thought there was an option to prevent someone from moving on to it. It's the move. Now I remember. All right, so the move event, if it returns false, it stops someone from actually dragging something onto it. Okay, I can do this. This is pretty easy to do. I've just got to figure out how I'm going to actually do that dot. Then it's going to do it over and over and over again, isn't it? No, it won't. I won't figure that out over and over again, because if up here, where's the move functionality? Up here, if we go in false, all right, bear with me, we'll full circle this. So if that's set to false, I should not be able to drop anything in there. It won't. All right. There. Set it to return false. It's not doing that calculation every single time. We won't have a lookup. And then I can key in a variable in there instead. So now I need to actually do that. So, sorry, give me a couple of seconds. I'm trying to remember. It's Friday. My brain it's just cartwheels outside of my head sometimes. All right, what I want to do is I want to find out how I'm getting this data in this sort of structure, and I want to actually have one extra variable in there, because you have to differentiate which ones you pick up, and then oh wait, I read that comment already. All right, so this data I do believe is structured in the back end. So we're going to go into the Python side of things now, the Django side. So we're going to go into NearBeach. We're going to open up the views. There should be one called My Planner or something like that. Maybe. User planner or user job views. There you go. So let's go to my planner information. I'm just going to zoom all the way up to the top. So my planner information. All right, my planner. There it is. So this is the template. Gets the theme. It gets the results from somewhere else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to that implementation. So what this does is it sets everything up, lists project results, all that kind of stuff. Delta, all right, this is just getting the data, and then it compiles the list together. All right. Object data, and then it filters, and then it separates it down into here, and then I have control of that. All right, sweet. So, ooh, sorry, Patty. Oh, it's okay, buddy. I wasn't anywhere near you. I accidentally nearly stood on him the other day. So he's a little wary around my feet now. Poor little fella. So, good news. This data, we control the shape at the VueJS level. So I need to go into all the way down to here. So when it mounts, it commits both the root URL and static URL up to the storage. And Bob, I know. Welcome back. How are you going? I'm going well. I'm out of the sling. So yes, this is the first full week out of the sling. So it's been pretty much 8 weeks and 1 day since the operation. All right, then it creates the time, and then for that, it gets the day. It sets up, this is where we create the object, and this is what we want. All right, cool. Disable, we want to, just trying to think of a good word for this. Day disabled, or, this is the hardest thing of programming, coming up with a proper variable name. So, I mean, disables to the point and so forth like that, but it doesn't explain why we're disabling it. So, disable move would be better. Disable move to, and it's going to be false by default. And Steffi, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. Welcome back. I'm out of the sling. I actually got some really good range of motion. Both the surgeon and the physio therapist very happy with my range of movement. In fact, next week I will be going back to physio and getting a gym regimen. So we're going to work towards actually. I want to go this weekend to the gym, but mainly treadmill and nothing too heavy. And yeah. So it's coming up Millhouse. I'm actually quite happy. So yeah. So for those that want to know what's actually happening here, what we do is we get the data and we sort of what am I trying to say? We set everything up in a shape we need. Now, can we do this in the back end very easily? It potentially, yeah, with a group effect and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, we can make this more efficient. Definitely. But at the moment, this only runs once on the screen. So this only runs when you load up the page. However, it is something we do want to come back when we're doing 0.32. Since you're filtering this object data inside the loop for each, wouldn't this become less efficient if the data set is very large? Would pre-grouping the data by date be a better approach? Yes, at the database, yes, definitely. So yeah, what you could do is you could group the data at, and set everything up so that way the front end gets all the data. And I'm trying to think how. Oh, we've just reached another ad break. Sorry about this. For those on YouTube, we run ads on Twitch every half an hour to stop the pre-rolled ads, which suck. Yeah, we do this so no one misses out on any content. So yeah, and I can change shoulder face now that I've got my hook plate in there. I've got my X-rays from the hook plate today, so yes. All right. Yeah, so if we were to do this at the database and, sorry, just kicking the net, we would set it up so it organizes the data and it will group it properly. Then we can send that to the front end. And that way JavaScript isn't doing anything, it's just grabbing that data and shoving it in the proper place. Yeah. However, at the moment, I won't do that today. The reason being is we will be rewriting how we're fetching this data in 0.32. So we'll probably move the my planning stuff into an API, in which case it will just send back JSON. At the moment, what's actually happening is it's rendering that data on the page, and everyone's been happy with that so far. So yeah. Why there is so much less subscribers? Do you mean like on my YouTube? Don't know. Not many people subscribe, so yeah, it's fine. I know a lot of people. I know programming is very, very niche. Ooh, we're actually back. I should come hit this. So yeah. All right. So we should have that in place now. So when it's doing this, so yeah, we'll leave this here for now. However, I'm going to write a ticket very shortly to say we could do this better, but we'll tackle it in 0.32. Cheers, thank you. Because in 0.32 we'll be creating the API, and from there we can send JSON, and then we're not doing a conversion. We don't have to worry about a conversion layer and stuff like that, which we currently are worried about with this data, because it writes everything to the Django template, and that actually has problems. There is a problem there. So for example, backticks can destroy stuff, which is very annoying. It has ruined my day once. So yeah. And we also have a bug on that particular backtick issue, so that will also be fixed. But it's getting fixed in 0.32 because we're moving to the API, so yeah. Australia, so I'm in Melbourne, Australia. So it is very cold here at the moment. Before I didn't want to close the sun. Before I started streaming, I had to bring the heater into this room. Melbourne weather. At the moment, it is 9 degrees Celsius. For those using Fahrenheit, it is 49. So yes, it's very, very cold. It gets down to about 8 degrees tonight, which isn't too bad. So yeah. Cheers, thank you. All right, I am going to go over here. So with the move, now we're not calculating it every single time. We've got a variable which we can set, and it just works. So the move would be, so with the draggable, it would be v4 date in index in date array, or hang on. It will be the day. I've already forgotten the the field name, sorry. It will be called, I set it, it's right, disable move to. Where is that? Disable move to, oh, that will be day.disable move to. Okay. Cheers. So yeah, hopefully you do come over here. I like it in Australia, but then again, I'm biased. So yeah. All right, so I'm going to move that off to the right for the moment. What I'm going to do is I'm going to refresh, make sure everything works. Great, it is working. Now I'm going to move that to the left. We're going to have a look at the My Planner. We're going to open up this down here. We should see disable move to, and we've got false on all of them. So it's no longer going to move there. So this is working how we want it to. Now, we do want this to move around. So what we want to do is scroll down, disable move to, oh. This is going to be one of those sorts of flip-flops. I'm actually going to change this wording, and the reason being is disable move to gets confusing because you're like, should it be true to disable or false and stuff like that. So it's going to be causing that confusion. You're dealing with double negatives now. At least you're heading into spring and summer like us in the Northern Hemispheres. Yes, yeah, that is true. I'm actually going to change this to allow move to. And I'm going to set it to true. So that will hopefully at a glance for anyone reading the code be like, oh cool, allowed move to, yep, cool. The move, yep, allowed move to, sweet. So I'm going to hit refresh, and now, yeah, everything's moving to there, and that's perfectly fine. If we open up My Planner and we open up the data array and open up this, we've definitely got it all there. So now, what else do I want to do? I now want to disable do you think it would be clearer to build the 7-day array using something like array from length instead of the traditional for loop? Yeah, it would. It could be. The reason why I've done the for is I only just recently learnt about array from. I've only ever used it once. So yeah. So we go into here, essentially array from that, it just splits it up. So we want, I know I use it somewhere in the code. I thought, it's on that, all right, I'm gonna get rid of that. Array from elements, dot for each element. Oh yeah, we do it. All right, so I've done it for that. Where else did I do it? I know I used it somewhere else. So yeah. A lot of those helper functions end up hiding a lot of your code. Yeah. I forgot where I did it, but I know I did it recently for something. Yeah. But yes, you're right. It could potentially do that, and then what we do is all of this would just move inside it. Yeah. As they need to be generic, they have to handle many cases. Yeah, so they quite often have extra code for handling edge cases. Yeah. At the moment, I'm going to leave the loop in, and the reason why I'm leaving the loop in is because we'll have a ticket in place to be like, we're going to actually do a lot of this code in the backend through the API, and from there, it's going to just render all of this out perfectly fine because we'll get the database and Django, the Django REST framework to handle the layout and sending the stuff to the front end. So yeah. So I'm just having a quick think about other things. All right, cool. Where was I? So we got that. Now the idea is the instant someone drags something, and what I've got to do. All right, cool. We've removed that. I've got to find each element. So a draggable, and then the template element equals that. Now I think it is. I think it's this. I'm not 100% sure. Give me a second. We're now at that time where we just play around with stuff. And we add in random code. On drag, and then we put in an event like this. For each, if I remember correctly, is notorious slow and slower than C cycle for loops. Ooh, all right. Cool. So we got all that. We're gonna do that. We're gonna have a look at the console. Oops, sorry, wrong button. I'm gonna move this. No. All right, so that didn't work, but not a problem. I've just got to remember what function it is. Is it rebind on drag? No. Maybe. I don't know if it's on at the template level or if we have to put it down here. Okay, that wasn't it. So this is where we just go back to the code. All right. For those wondering what just happened, I use the Mac all day, so sometimes I jump into Mac shortcuts live on stream, and in that sort of case, not only did I drop my Rubik's Cube, but I also closed the browser. So yes, that was silly of me. All right, Control F, drag. All right, we're looking through the documentation. Easy done. So we've got the view draggable. Yep. We've got the at start. Oh, I think that's it, and I think that's why I'm getting confused. So if I remove this. Or am I thinking I need it on that. On that. All right. I've got to open up that. I'm just going to refresh. The reason why I got this open is it's disabled cache and all that kind of stuff. We're going to go to the console. We're going to remove all of that, and I'm going to, nope, that one wasn't it. So we are going to remove that little piece of code. We're going to go up here, and we're going to go at start equals on drag $event. And we just gotta wait just a few more seconds. We're gonna hit refresh. We're gonna move that. We're gonna, and there we go. All right. Now the one problem is, this is at the whole container level. So it's at this sort of level up here. So we don't have access to the ID. Which is why initially, that's why we had the data attributes and so forth like that in there. So what I want to do is I want to see if there is a better way of doing this, if I've accidentally read the documentation wrong. So we've got it at the drag up there, and then we've got the item and element. Get that passes through. I'm just wondering if oh, sorry, a bit of a yawn. I do apologize. Okay. So I'll still need to get the ID. And then drag context, indexed. Hang on. We've got move. Oh, that's with move. Okay, these are the props. We're no longer doing this in move. We've got the events. Okay, start, add, and so forth like that. I'm just double checking. Tag, list, props. All right. Got all the draggable stuff. All right. So let's have a look at the code. Wherever it is. So we've got on drag down here. We're going to rename it, but we should be getting the event. We're not worried about. All right. So what I'm going to do is we're going to have on start event. So console log on start. And we're just going to print this off. I think that's fine for the moment. What I'll do is I'll connect that up. So that will be on start. Then over here, I'm going to on start. So these are the events that pass through. See here for reference. All right, cool. So event object 2 from item, draggable item. That will be HTML. So the old index, new index. Old draggable index, new draggable index. Yep, pulmo string from. So we don't. We probably have some information in here that we can access very quickly. So what I'm going to do is we're going to see what information I can actually access. I'm just going to hit refresh. We're going to delete the console log. We're going to move it. Boom. So this is the data I have access to. I'm just going to put that as a global variable like that. We're going to do it like that, and then we're going to go temp 0, and we've got all of that out there. So we've got the target div, got is trusted, we've got all of this fun stuff. We've got a from, we've got an item, we've got a new index. We don't actually have the new index. We've got the draggable index and the old index. Now that's 0. So yeah, that's not the number we've got. Let me have a look at how it's rendered out. So it'd be the item and then the element. I don't think I can set that index. No, I don't think I can set that. Since filter always returns an array, would using find be clearer if you only need the first match, and also matching number of days configured instead of hard coding 7 would make it flexible. So at the moment we're only going to have 7. So that's why the reason why it's hard coded in is this planner is only meant to look for the next 7 days. It's designed like that. However, if people are like, I kind of want to see next week or past days and stuff like that, I can easily turn this into something where you can pick a date range. It shouldn't be too hard to do. However, that is something I would leave for 0.32 release. Because once again, we'll start using the API, and then doing a date change and stuff like that is literally just sending the values to the backend, and the backend will send back JSON with everything in place, and it's just straight into the correct spot. All right. So we don't have the correct index in here, which that's fine. What else do we have? So bubbles, true. I don't know what bubbles. Cancel bubbles, false. All right, that's good. We love bubbles. Cancelable, clone. All right, we're not worried about any of that. We can definitely get the item, because then we can get the ID. And then all right. Sorry, I'm getting more warnings on YouTube with the bitrate. I do hope the stream's going okay, as I think this part out. So I think I still need to get the data attribute, which is going to be annoying. I know a lot of you are like, no, which is fine. You can say that I was hoping I could potentially set something That way that data will pass through to me and I can just get it straight away. However, I'm not filtering for that object, so somewhat better, maybe. So we've got the event object, we've got the to, we've got the from, we've got the item itself, which is the element, which is where I would get that, the ID for the element and so forth like that. We've got the clone, we've got the index, the old index and the new index. Yeah, the index doesn't contain anything I need, unless I've set this up wrong. The template item element, item key, user job ID should be the key, because we're going through all of that. Key. Oh, that's for the columns though. The list day.data. Yep, alright, that will do all of that. And then, do I need a key here? Alright, let's try this out. It might be as simple as this. Fingers crossed. So, going back over here, I'm just gonna wait a few more seconds. I'm gonna hit refresh. We're gonna remove that. We're gonna move one of these and we're gonna open this up. So, we're looking at anything which can tell us this, which I know it has an ID of 10. I don't see it in there. Unless we go to the item itself, which is data object, data user job ID, right down. Small thought, do you think normalizing dates with iOS date instead of mixed format would make the comparison more robust across the time zones? So at the moment, we've got year, month, day. So that should be an ISO format. But if to iOS date, I'm actually going to have a quick look at that functionality, because I'm terrible with dates in JavaScript. Let's just say that equals new date. Let's just key this in like that. So we got A, which is today. If I go to ISO, I don't think there is a function like that. So I got to ISO string, which gives us that, and once again it gives the year, day, year, month, day, which is what we've got. Now, this could be a streaming thing. It is there, and you might not see it due to compression and stuff like that. So I'll zoom in. So yeah, we do have the date on all of these. And then in the VueJS with the data itself, yeah, we've got it set like that, and then we got the day. So yeah. The data itself, that has the job date actually set like that in that ISO format. The end date itself is actually the end date for that particular project. If you're talking about that one there, this is why we've picked this particular format. So we actually have the month, like a three-letter month, followed by the day numbers, and then the year, and then the time. Because yes, if you're in America, you can read this. If you're in Australia, you can read this. If you're in England, you can read this. It should be a good enough format for English speakers. If I were to translate this into another language, I would actually have to learn the preferred date format in that, or date formats for that language. Because yeah, other languages will have other different date formats. So, for example, most commonly date format in Japan, year, month, day, weekday with the Japanese characters, so like that. I'm sure they'll probably use other date formats and stuff like that, and that's why I said I would have to look at multiple different date formats, and I would probably actually be talking to native speakers to be like, all right, cool, how would this be best shown? So yeah. But yeah, you're right, there are problems with dates. We get it all the time with movies. So, for example, movie release dates. This is really, really annoying. I was hoping that would show something, but usually like they'll be like 11.3.26 and you're like, all right, cool. This trailer came from England. Is that the 11th of March next year? Or is it November and stuff like that? And yeah, it gets really annoying. All right, so we know the user job ID is 10. Yeah, I'm going to need to filter it out. I can't get to that information. 10.0. I've lost the information. All right, storing that like there we go. Temp0 dot, and now we can actually look through all of these. If I just type in index, no, compose, clone, constructor, details, no. Let's actually get in the from date. We'll probably need that too. So there's the item. We don't have the old, yeah, the old index is 10. Unless I'm mistaken and this has to go on there. Unless we've got a list key. No, that doesn't make sense having it there. I can put this in very quickly. Doesn't hurt having it in there. Gonna hit that. I'm just gonna move that, and then I'm just gonna remove that, and I'm gonna right-hand click, store as global variable, call temp0 dot. Yeah, nothing in there. All right, cool. So I'll remove that code. Not from. I don't want from. Sorry, I know I've not the clone. I want the item. Okay, cool. So if I go, let's go a equals temp0 dot item. So there's A, and then I can go dataset dot, we can get the dataset dot job ID, no. Oh, user job ID. All right, cool. I can easily get that now. From there, I can do the from, and we can easily get the day. And then I can set everything once. And that should work. All right, I've got a plan now. So let's just remove that. I don't think these are needed. Famous last words are probably needed, and then I'll you know, someone will be like, you said they're not needed, and I'll be like, yeah, I made a mistake. So just preparing for that right now. So on start, what we want to do is we want to update allow move to. All right, and we're creating its own function in here. Loop through all the days and apply allow. Cool, easy. It'll be a simple this dot data array dot for each. With the row, I know these are slow, but I can just go JavaScript better for each. I'm much more efficient in it is looping constructed, So yeah, we could do something like that very, very fast. That's not hard to do. But in fact, we'll probably end up doing that just because, hey, it's there. Even though there's 7 in here, yeah. Cool. I'm gonna say let index equals 0. N equals array length. All right, that's going to be number of days. In fact, double checking some of that syntax. Yeah, I think that's readable. Cheers, thank you. All right, I'm just gonna do something like that. It's easier for me to read. I don't know what all of this is doing, and what we want to do is we just want to do something like that. So now we still want to call this index equals 0, where the index is going to be less than this dot date array dot length. Easy done. And then that should be then index plus plus. All right, cool. Cheers. Thank you very much, Mohammed. I'm glad you're enjoying it. So what we want to do is we're stepping through each day if, and we're excluding one particular day. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, what we've got is we're getting 2 values from here. We're going to get the job ID, user job ID. In fact, user job ID, and we still want it to drag and drop on the current day. Now, I don't know if a for loop has to continue. Let's actually look that up before I do anything. Actually, let's go in here. Does it have a continue statement? All right. The continue statement can be used to restart a while do, while for, or label statement. All right, cool. When you use the continue without label, it'll terminate the current interaction of the intermost enclosing while or do while for statements and continues executing of the loop with the next iteration. Sweet, we want that. Yeah, cheers, thank you very much, Mohammed. All right, so we don't want the index, we actually want another bit of data. So I'm going to quickly look up that data. It will be, we're going to go b equals temp0 dot from. I'm just grabbing this, and then we've got the data sets in here, and we've got the job date, and that's what we're removing. So job date in here. So loop through the list of days, skip the current job date, and update the allow move to appropriately. All right, cool. So we're going through, and what we want to do is this dot date array. This is where we want to do the sum. So we've done that one, we've done that one, we can close that one. Here's the sum. All right, so we've got an array, which is what we've got. I'm just, I'm gonna copy this. And the reason being is I'm just gonna use it for reference. So we're gonna delete this code. We are going to paste this in like, did I use the wrong shortcut key? Very likely. Just okay, you're teaching along the way, really valuable. Well, cheers, thank you. So I'm hoping I am making sense, because there's times I do not. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're bumping that into 4. All right. In this sort of case, we've got the array and stuff like that, and what we're doing is we're doing a sum. Now that's just doing it like that. Now I'm just wondering, the sum method of the array instance tests whether at least one element in the array passes the test implemented. All right, cool. That's just setting. Array sum and then even. All right, cool. Easy done. So we'll do this slowly. Filter for any, actually first, we've got to continue if the days are the same. So if this dot date array, and then we're keying in the index, and then we're doing the date, which I keep forgetting the structure of it, so that's why we've got the view stuff in here. So we go the my planner, we're going to go date array, we're just going to open up one of these. It will be date. Pretty sure. Yeah, it'll be date. Dot date equals, we've got to do 3 equals now, and then the job day, we're just going to continue. We don't need to do anything here. So don't need to apply any changes on this particular day. All right, cool. The next thing we want to do, I'm going to have a const, we're going to call it filtered data. For the moment, this is just temporary stuff, so we want to go this dot date array index dot data, and they've got, I've got the code right down here. All right. in this sort of case, we're doing that. And then we do a sum. And I'm assuming that might be better. All right, so what's happening here is we'll actually have an array. They're just going sum, and then they're putting in a particular function. In which case, we've then got the element, the index, and the array. In which case then I would need to create a function for this. Yes. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to think how I can tackle this and what's... That's probably going to be better. Having it as an arrow function. It's pretty... Arrow functions aren't too bad to read. Famous last words. Yeah. All right, cool. So we've got the filtered data. I'm just going to copy this, because we can place that bit of information right here. I'm using the wrong shortcuts again. All right, cool. One day, what I'll do is I'll probably crack it and end up changing Ubuntu shortcuts to map the Mac shortcuts. One day. I'm sure someone's done it before. So, what we're doing here is we're going this data array index. We're having a look at the data itself. Then what we can do is we can use the sum on here. And what I'll do is I'll have the row, and it'll be row dot. This will be the user job ID equals the user job ID. Now, this has bitten me in the past so many times. That triple equals has caused problems before. When I sometimes get to the data, it loses it in status. So let's say I've got an ID 2. In the data, in the VueJS sort of stuff where Vue is holding the data, it's a number, it's a 2. However, due to shenanigans through getting data from, let's say, a data attribute and stuff like that, it suddenly turns into a string. In these particular cases, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass int on both sides, knowing that it's going to be an int, because that data has to be there. So we pass int on both sides, and that will solve our problem. Now, this is a Boolean. We just need to fill out the appropriate place. So we can fill it out directly. Const fill the data equals data array index. So in case the index is nothing. I don't know if we need to check, and I'll check in JavaScript. It'll be undefined, and then we do the sum. Let's just play around with that. Let's see what actually happens, because I am not 100% sure. So let's say a equals. We'll create one object in here. We'll call it name. Bob. Oops. All right, so it's an array. Let's say I'm learning arrays and I go number 1. It'll be undefined. And then if I do dot sum, where let's do row, so it'll get into the object itself, and then we'll say row dot name equals Bob. It'll be, yeah, all right. Yes. All right, cool. Thank you very much, Mohammed. You just saved me an hour of debugging. So yeah, awesome. So yeah, they'll do a null check of that. In case the index is also out of index and all that kind of stuff. We'll also, now, if there's no data there, we'll also have to do it, I think, down here too, because there are cases where it doesn't have any data in there. It should be a blank array, but just in case it isn't. So yeah, we're going to do that. Now, another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start parking this on multiple different lines, and the reason being for that is code readability. So we've got the row. I'm going to park this on multiple lines again, and once again, code readability. We're going to do it like that. Now this is, I don't know why that's complaining, but yeah. Now, this will be a boolean that we're just going to put into the data itself. So what we can do is we can go this.date array, the index. I'm going to do that too, because once again, yeah, it's, you're right, we could be missing something. Or should I do more null checks on this? I'm going to do more null checks. So I'm going to have a const contains user job ID is going to be that. All right. So from here, if, now this is where I want to test one other thing. So if we do a 0 here and then we do a dot name, we should get that like that. But what if we do something like that? It's going to do that because it's undefined. We need to actually be like, all right, dot that dot allow move to, and then that will be, all right, cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check to see if the index is there. So this dot date array index close that, question mark dot allow move to does not equal undefined. All right, and contains user job ID. It's going to be like that. And then what I'm going to state here is the date array. Oh, will this? Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go home. C equals this. If C console log hello. undefined. All right, cool. If I go if C and true, console log hello, I do believe it's fails. And then if I go C equals true and rerun that, it then says hello. All right, cool. So the undefined will be false. Good. All right. So if this is undefined, it'll be false. It won't pass over in here. The date array contains the job ID. Do not allow the move to functionality. So it'll be this dot date array index allow move to equals false. And we know it's going to be false. So then that does all the loops. All right. So in here, we skip that day, and then in here, does the user job ID exist on this day? And then update the move to status. All right, cool. So I now need to actually enable this. So on event start, determine which columns we can move the cards to. And that will be this dot update allow move to. This is where we've got to go event dot item dot data set dot use job ID. And then event dot from dot data set dot it was job date, I think. We'll find out. I believe that's correct. Instead of for continue. Oh, I believe YouTube cut you off there. So I'll quickly test this, because if there's a more efficient way, let's make sure I've got this logic correct first before making it any more efficient. And Theodore, how are you going? I nearly said the odor again. I don't know why. I'm terrible at English. I don't know how I speak it half the times. All right, so when we move this, oh, it's not working. So Saturday should instantly be like, no, I'm not moving. All right. The other thing is, I'm going to do one thing first. I think I know why it's moving. Oh no, I've set it to be a allow move to. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this into a function. I want to see what's happening. It could be a hydration issue. All right. And I think I'm using that word correctly. Let's pass through the day information. Where's the move? There we go. All right, I'm going to pass through the day, so that's the object. Oh, and Theodore, sorry. What am I doing? I am improving the planner. So today we started off with adding in pagination and stuff like that. People pointed out that the move functionality Sorry, one of my cats is just standing in the corner and I get distracted. The move functionality was not efficient, which, yeah, it wasn't. It was doing a bunch of calculations over and over and over again every single time you move a pixel. So we've improved that. And the idea being is when this is huge, so we've got a lot of data on the page, it won't slow down a person's browser or something like that. Slow down the computer. All right, cool. So going back over here. Oh, and we've just hit another ad break. So yeah, welcome back to the ads. Yeah, for those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour. We do this so no one misses out on any content. So yeah, hopefully everyone's going well tonight. So yeah, it's a lovely Friday night. We're getting somewhere. We're making code more efficient. We also still got to put through that bug. It's not really a bug. It's more of an improvement. In fact, I will probably put it in the Kanban board where we'll, because it's part of the API sort of stuff. So yeah, it's going in the board. It's more of a feature that we've got to implement. All right, and I'm just solving this, and it's getting actually rather warm in here. I'm going to turn the heater down. Yeah. Meow socks. Meow. All right, where are we with the ads? About 30 seconds left. All right. So, trying to think. What could I do? Alright, and I'm just realizing that YouTube is really behind on the stream. And I've just noticed that. I'm going to hit refresh on YouTube. Alright, I don't want top chat, I want live chat. I'm hoping I didn't drop out on YouTube. Would not surprise me at all. It's been complaining tonight, been like my bitrate is a bit low. I mean, I can't help it. I'm on Australian internet, alright. I think I'm not even doing HD streaming. I think I'm doing like 720p. Alright. So that wasn't working how we wanted it to. So we're passing that information down here at the moment. And what I want to do is I want to go console log. I'm just going to put the day and the day. Easy done. I'm going to hit refresh. I'm going to move that to the left. I'm going to delete everything and then I'm going to move this. And that's why. It should be... It should be doing that. Oh, no return value is due. Alright, yep. That's why it didn't work. We didn't have a return value. That is my bad. I'm just going to return true. Easy done. We just got to wait a couple of seconds and then we're going to hit refresh. Cool, easy done. We're going to move that. Boom. All right. So scrolling all the way up to the top. Look at how elf. Move is not a function. Huh? Are we doing this wrong? Yeah, we gotta do that. Okay. I'm gonna have a look at the data we can access. So, no, wrong one. It's in here somewhere. There we go. So we'll have move an object, We'll have to from dragged related. We'll have all of that. I'm only doing this to check certain functionality. And all right, let's have a look at the data I have. So we've got the date array and then the day, and then we got the allow move. I'm going to simplify my code for a bit. It's going to ruin stuff, but you'll see what I'm testing in a second. So I'm going to go back to this, where we've got the day and the allow move to functionality in there. I'm also going to do that for socks. There we go, sweetie. So in theory, it should reach that. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of that because that code is not needed. Oh, oops, sorry. We've got the at start down here and allow move to and so forth like that. And hey, this is all fine. What I'm going to do at the moment is I'm just going to make sure it's not my code, if it is my code or not. So I'm going to hard code some do not moves. So we're going to go this dot date array. We're going to pick an index. I'm going to pick number 2, and we're going to go allow move to equals false. And I'm going to do the same thing for 3. But every other column you can move to. All right? And I'm going to keep that solidified like that. Now, if this works, it means it's my code. If this doesn't work, it means what I'm doing is not going to work. And we've got to figure out a different way. So I'm just going to reload again. All right, so Friday's 0, Saturday's 1, Sunday and Monday I can't move anything into. And it looks like I can move stuff in there, but this might be a hydration thing. I now can't move anything. Stop fighting. It's okay. Sorry, the Sock still doesn't like Patty. Poor Patty. He's like, I just want friends. It's okay, buddy. This is Patty. Alright, there we go, buddy. Okay, so Sunday and Monday can't move. Now. And what I'll do, I'll move this to the left. You can see in the My Planner, we open up the second, boom, allow move equals false. All right. So I'm just having a think how I can do this. The other step is we can, on the move check, we can do a bunch of checks and all that kind of fun stuff. I do not like that idea. I'm trying to think how we can hydrate the forms faster. So the idea is when they drag, it applies that property right away. It shouldn't need to re-render everything. It's just... Alright, view draggable hydration issue. Talking about hydration issues, I probably need to get some water soon. When does the problem... I'm probably not thinking of hydration. I'm probably thinking of a different thing and it's not hydration. Alright. The one problem with the on drag is it does it on every single little tiny move, which is annoying. All right. Event object demo. Maybe 2. And hello again, Mohammed. I've got to think about this. So we need... Where's move? Hang on. Oh, that was something I needed to read. No, alright, cool. Options. Sortable. Unchoose. Element is removed from the list. Another list called event when you move an item in the list or between lists. Yeah, and then return false, cancel. All right. Because yeah, that's what we're doing. We're doing the on move, but it does calculations every single time. But we've made it more efficient now, because all we need to do now is look up a boolean. The problem is, it's looking up that boolean every single time. I mean, we've got it already set and all that. Yeah, let's do it. Let's just do the on move. Let's get that back into position. And what I'm going to do is is it? Element is removed from the list into another list. No. Group options. Drag elements from one list to another. Both lists must have the same group value. You can also define whether a group set it up. Yep. All right. Cool. Pull ability to move from the list. Clone. Copy item rather than move. All right. with some more move options. Okay, event object, move event object. Removes. I think I've got the right. Yeah, I think I've got the right one because it's the one we were using before. We'll just call it move once again. And then what we want from here is we want to return this dot date array. We're going to find the date array, and then we want to do allow move to. All right, and so we're going to send that. And then what we're going to do, sorry, just the shoulder, is we'll have the event. We'll have the to. We'll have the data set. And we'll actually have the index, because that will be on here. Index 0. And it should be that simple. Famous last words. So, we're just going to type in move in here. Passing through the event into the move. Now, I think it's not vbind, it's going to be at move. In which case, it'll belong there. All right, gonna hit refresh. Gonna hit refresh again. Yeah, that just happens every now and then when I compile and just hit refresh too soon. So if I move this, it's moving everywhere. When in reality it shouldn't be. Let's go back to the view. Let's click on this. Let's go date array. Let's open up. They're all, number 2 is going to be false. So something's gone wrong. So what I'm going to do, I'm going back down. So yeah, that's setting that correctly. So we'll keep that one there for the moment. What we're going to do is we're going to add in a couple of console logs on the end on move. So I'm just going to go console log event like so. We're going to figure out, yeah, we're going to figure this out properly. So I'm just going to refresh. I'm going to remove that. I'm just going to move that. So yeah, every single time it's moving, it does one of these. That's perfectly fine. I am going to set one of them as a global variable, temp0. So temp0, there it is. So temp0, I think I should have picked target instead. And then from there, we need to do, it'll be data set dot index. So yeah, that's what I need down here. And then the next console log I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do that. Because I want to see the data there. I'm just stepping down into the data as we go along. So I'm going to refresh. I'm going to delete this. We're just going to move this over here. So as you see, we've got the move. There's our temp 0. Sorry, I'm after that one. I got to delete. Sorry, I got confused. All right, let's hit refresh. Let's do that again. Refresh. All right. So get rid of that. Move that. Boom. So that's our target. And then if we go temp0.allow move to, we should get a true statement. All right, and then if I refresh this, I move set data there, we should get a false. And we don't. Is this, okay. But we will now. So if I clear out all this data and move this over here, move that over there. Oh no, we still get allow true. Sorry, I lie. What I'm going to do is Socks, it's okay. He just wants to be friends. You're the one, Izzy. I'm going to do that. Alright, we're just setting everything to false and hoping for the best. So, wait for everything to compile. And remember, this is all temp code. This is terrible code that I'm writing. We'll fix it up. So, yeah. I just want to see up here this object be false. Alright, sweet. So the next thing I want to do is I'm going to do a const. I'm going to say allow to move equals event.target.data set allow move to. I've mucked up my wording choices then. Let me change that to allow move to. I'm just putting it in that format at the moment. We will actually return this like so. Yeah, I know that's allow move to. And we're just printing off all this. We're doing the good old console debug. So, yeah. Oops, I've done something wrong. It's meant to be like that, and I tend to do something like that. So, yeah. Going back into here, we're going to hit refresh. We're getting rid of this. Actually, we're going to wait a little bit longer because sometimes the compiler's like that. We're going to hit refresh. We're going to delete that, and then we're going to move this. Undefined. All right, we're stepping back again. We're going to hit refresh. We're going to do that, and we're going to move this. So I'm in the wrong place. That's what I've been doing wrong all this time. All right, give me a couple of seconds. I need to actually grab some water. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I need water. I'll be right back. Yeah, buddy. So I've got the wrong piece of data. Also, Batty wanted more cuddle, so here he is. All right. I'm going to click on this. I'm looking at the view. Let's go to my planner. We've got the date array, and then we click into here. Oops. Oh, buddy. There we go. You're like, no. Okay. I'm doing something wrong. All right. Sorry. Dot index. So allowed to move. I'm doing this all wrong. All right. Console index equals event dot target dot data set dot index. All right. I think I know what I've been mucking up now. Sorry, it's very late at the moment. I've been like working since like just before 9 this morning, running around getting x-rays and making sure things are done. All right. So allowed to, this should be the this dot date array index dot allow move to. All right. So yeah, I think I've just mucked up all of that. And that's what's causing the issue. So we're going to do that. Allow move to false. So we've got allow move to is false return. So if I scroll up here, yeah, that should be stopping it. At least I thought that would stop it. Okay, so we're definitely sending back false now. Also, Patty's running in circles. It's quite cute. Chasing his tail. Aww. All right. I'm going to have a look at the previous code that I've done. The reason being is it's late at night. I could be making a big mistake. That's not unheard of. All right, we're going in here. We're going into source. We're going into JavaScript. We're going into components. We're going to all the way down to, I think, forgot where this is. My planner, there we go. My planner.view. In here, yeah, we've got the vbind move. So we're vbinding it. All right, let's change it back to that. Now the event might not work in this sort of case, and because it's a vbind, I'm going to pass through the day. And down here, I'm going to go console log, yeah, move event. Yeah, we're just going to do that. So in here, we're going to wait a little while. We're just going to hit refresh. We're going to wait. There's the hydration. Not explicitly, you are running ESM build, which. All right, hang on. We're going to pass through false. We are going to comment out these lines. We'll come back to that. All right. We're now refreshing invalid prop. All right, we're going back to my code. All right, cool. We're going to right-hand click and copy move. All right, we're just deleting that. We're going to go up here. We're going to add in a new line. We're just going to paste that in. That's what we had before. All right, we're going to go back down. We've got the event and hydration problems. All right, no problem. I'm just going to ignore that for a minute. Now, we've got all of this. I am going to store that one as a global variable, and I'm going to go temp0 dot target. No, it's not target. It's something else. All right, not a problem. We're going to undo those lines because we are passing through the event now. I'm just going to do that. Oh. Event target is undefined. Not a problem. Let's put that back in. We're just going to delete everything. We're going to refresh. Not a problem. Not a problem. Scrolling all the way up to the top, we're storing that one as the global variable. We'll do temp0. We'll have a quick look at that. So it might not be from. It's definitely not from. But it's definitely going to be 2. All right, so it'll be 2. So if we go temp0.2.dataset.index, that's our index. So instead of target, it'll be 2 dataset index. All right, cool. So this one behaves a little bit different. I just realized that there has been an ad break on. I do apologize for those on Twitch. I'll wait till they're back. Sorry everyone, I didn't realize the ad break was going on. I do apologize for those on Twitch. Usually I do try my best to stop during ad breaks, so I do apologize. Anyway, we did make some anyway. So we should now, if I hit refresh, let's get rid of, oops, that, move that over there. We've now got all of falses, but these falses don't apply at the start. Oh, wait, no, I lied, they do apply. All right, cool. So if I then go allow move 2 in there, I'm gonna get rid of that. Gonna get rid of that. I know this is all gonna collapse in a minute. I swear to you, it will. We're gonna hit refresh. We're gonna delete that. We're going to all right, so that is now working. Let's collapse this. All right, this is going to be a very, very simple thing. So this is allowed to essentially, we get rid of this, we then go like this, and we just go return. Now, what we could do is we could easily just grab this, cut it out, and paste it into there, and we've just got a simple sort of method. Whether or not this can actually go up in the function call itself, I'm not sure. I don't think it can, so let's leave it here. It's one line. It's pretty simple. In fact, also let's get rid of this old clunky thing. Looking pretty good. Now, let's actually fix up this down here. So we're definitely getting rid of all this, this dodgy code. Let's get rid of this like this, and let's have it like that. Now, let's update that. So we're going through a for loop. And what I want to do is I want to put some information in here. So I'm going to go console log. We're actually going to do some backticks here. And we're going to put in index And we're going to type in the index. The reason for the backticks is to make this look nice. That's it. That's all we're doing. I don't need to get to objects, do I? Maybe. Oh, we'll have to figure that one out. In this sort of case, we've got the index, and then we'll have the allow move to, and then we'll have the contains user job ID. We're going to flip that because we do that anyway. And then the next thing to do is object. And we're going to do that. So I'm checking to make sure all of this is correct. So we're just waiting a couple of seconds. We're going to hit reload. We're going to move all of that. We're just going to move this once and drop it. All right, cool. So here's all our index. Now that should not have dropped. Actually, no, it could have. 53.2, yeah. So in here, we have allow move, true, all trues. That's fine. Let's get rid of that. Let's do the number 2. All right, there's all our index. So allow true to, oh, Sunday. So number 3 should be false. All right, so we have something wrong in here. And what I'm going to do, so I'm going to put a console log in there, but it's only going to appear if the index is 3. This is just temporary code. I don't like doing this every single day. So if pass int index. Actually, no, I'm not going to do any proper index equals 2. We're using the 2 equals because if it's a string 2, it'll pick up like this. Once again, this is temporary code. So this is the Sunday, so yeah, it'll be the, so 0. Yeah, skip that one. And then, yeah, all right, cool. So yeah, number 2 index, not number 3 in the row. So yep, like this. Then what we have in here is I am going to console log out everything. So I'm going to go user job ID is, we're actually doing backticks for this. We don't need to show the object whatsoever until the very, very end. So user job ID will be the user job ID. And then we've got the row user job ID. And what I'm doing, just for good measure, I'm going to do object. And we're just going to go row. We're just going to show the whole entire row. All right, now I just wait a couple of seconds. All right, easy done. We're just going to clear all of this data. I'm going to move this number 2 very so slightly over there. As you see, we've got all the data coming through. So it's found 3 of these. Oh, I'm an idiot. All right. We're not after the same ID. We're actually after the same objects information. All right. All right, I'm doing stupid stuff today. More than usual. All right, going in here, what we actually want to do is if we open up these objects, let's open up the target. We've actually got the location ID and the object type, and we need to match those. And that's where I've got to match that. Okay, let's have a look at this. All right. What I want to do is on the start, I am just going to console log. We're just going to go on start in really big text so it yells at us. We want event.item.data set. The reason being is I want to have a look at what's in there. I know I've done something wrong. I want to double check that I've got the data still. We are removing that, and then we'll just move that. So in here, we've got the object type and the location ID. Sweet. So we can do this. What I need to do now is I need to send in the destination, location ID, and the job date. So I'm going to go event.item.data set. This will be the object type. So object type, then location ID. Yep. The job date we still want because we need to skip it. So going down here, allow move to, we'll have object type, location ID. And we'll pass that through. So we go through each day. That's where in here it starts falling apart, which is great news. That's where we want it to fall apart. So what we need is we're going to do a return on this. So I'm just having a quick little think. I think I want to get this. So it'll be all like this now. And then what we want to do is we'll have the pass int. We'll pass through the location ID, which will equal the pass int. Now that's got to be 3 equals because we are passing these ints, and that will be the row dot, and I do believe the location ID for each row. So I'm just going to double check that. So we've got this, we've got the target, and yeah, it'll be the location underscore ID. So that will be done. Now we need to double check that the object types are the same, and this will be the object type dot to lower, lower to lowercase equals the same as that. Now in theory we shouldn't have any uppercases or anything like that. I'm just doing that as a just in case. So we've got 2 conditions. We can split this onto 2 different lines and say what the conditions are. So const condition 1 equals this, and this is just to make the code look a little bit nicer. Const condition 2, and then we just go return condition 1 and condition 2. So has to meet both conditions. Easy done. So when it's done like that, we should go down here. Do I need any more console logs? I probably can get rid of that one now. And then we've got this. Comparison to the Yep. Sorry, I was just wondering why that was doing that. It's because I didn't do the 2 equals. And that's it. Quick and easy fix. And I probably... Sweet. Alright. So I think that's going to work. Famous last words. We're going to hit refresh. I'm going to move this to the right. Now, we've got project 2 here, project 2 in here. So, in theory, not quite, but we got a warning. So, bump that to row.location ID to log. Have I done something silly in here? Yeah, I have. I'll let the AI fill that one out. So yeah, don't let the AI fill out stuff. To lowercase equals, yep. Oh, all right, sweet. I am all right. It's not a function. Hang on. I didn't want to open up the terminal. I wanted to hit that. All right, let's try and move 2 again. Aha. All right, moving it to the right. So it works. So I can move it everywhere now. And the good thing is it does the calculations once and then it's just referencing that bit of information when it moves into that place. That is awesome news. So yeah, this should be a lot more efficient now. We should be able to handle lots and lots of cards on it and stuff like that. Now, talking about lots and lots of cards. Am I logged in? All right, include all groups. There we go. Large Kanban board. This is a large Kanban board. It's actually got a lot of data in it. And the idea is we might... If we're doing calculations like that, what we'll do is we'll also have a quick look to make sure we're doing them correctly in here too. So, yeah. All right. Now, there was another task I wanted to do. I wanted to... Sorry. Sometimes my shoulder still doesn't want to lift up. So, Kanban information 2. That's a bit of a concern that that took that long to load. That was a bit of a concern. It's like the server was trying to wake up. It's like, oh God. That's how fast it is meant to load. And by the way, I have, if we move this back to the left, I've got disable cache and all that kind of stuff on. So when I refresh it, it just boots straight back up. I'm just wondering if... No, I used it the other day, so Cloudflare should have the stuff in the CDN and all that kind of stuff. All right, cool. We're actually going to create a ticket in here. I'm actually going to bring up this and actually pop it to the right so you guys can actually see me create the ticket. What we're going to call it is my planner. Move the initial calls to the API. Cool. The calls to the data should be, we should be fetching data from the API. This gives us the ability to extend this functionality where we can implement a date range implement a calendar functionality. What else could we implement? etc. I'm just going to put etc. Cool. We'll need it in the database and API should shape the data into the correct format, so there is a lot less work done on the client's computer. For example, the shape should be, and I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna see if I can copy data from the VueJS stuff. Oh, all right, we're not on that. Yeah, Vue.js will struggle getting this data. It's fine with it moving around on the page. Like, I forgot how, I think there's 1,000 cards on here. We'll extend this to do tens of thousands and stuff like that and see how it runs, because I'll be interested to see how that runs. I do have a server of NearBeach, which we did that, but I need to turn on my my NAS. All right, so my planner. I'm gonna close that. I'm gonna reopen up this. We're gonna open up Vue again. There we go. So I'm gonna see if I can get the data. So copy value. And you know what I just did? As I was writing that ticket, I closed this. I wasn't meant to close it. I misclicked. All right. Jason, pretty. All right, cool. So going back into here, let's recreate that ticket. Terrible site. Ooh, all right. It didn't save everything, but cool. Annoying that it did that. So we'll need to move the initial data request to the API. From here, we'll be able to give the users the ability to change the date range. Okay, cool. Give the users the ability to pick week / fortnight / month setups, etc. Flexible options for the front end. All right, we'll need to get the data set up from the backend. So VueJS inserts the data. I can word that better. We'll need to get the data into the correct shape before VueJS gets it. And then down here, what we could do, I don't think this code functionality works really well. No, that is a bug. We hate it. I'm gonna see if it's on our end or if it's a tiny mouse thing. So anyway, we've just pasted all of that in, that code. So I'll say shape example and shape example. All right, so I'm just gonna add that card. Now I'm gonna flag it 0.32 branch. I'm gonna create a public link. We'll probably post it somewhere eventually. As I'll add myself to it when the day comes. There's no notes. There's the description. I'm gonna save and close. So yeah, there's our the My Planner stuff. So yeah, we'll make that initial sort of data request a lot more efficient because we'll send it to the back end and get the API and all that kind of stuff to do it, because we can group stuff and all that kind of fun stuff. And yeah, instead of getting JavaScript to do it. So yeah, anyway, now I can close this tab. We can close this tab, we can close this, we can close this. Yeah, we can close that, we can close that, we can close that. We can also, just before I forget, console log. We can get rid of that. Excuse me, I clicked. Oh, I gotta click there. All right, so we can close that, we can close that. So yeah, we've got this in a more efficient place now. So the initial work, if there's a lot of, let's say there's a lot of cards on there, the initial work will be a bit, but it only does it once. And we only do it for, at the moment, those 7 days. From there, we're just looking up. Yeah, we're just looking up the index of the two place. Sorry, we're just looking up, yeah, the index of the two place. Just see if we can drag the thing there, and it's just a data lookup. And that's a lot more efficient. So yeah, we made this a lot better. Now, My Planner can't sort cards on current day. We've actually fixed that. This is going to be a 2-bug fix. So I'm going to put in a new issue also. So My Planner code is inefficient, if I can spell, when moving cards. So the issue is clear. The move calculation is done every single pixel move. If there are a lot of cards on the board, on the My Planner board, this will really slow the system down. All right, cool. The fix. 1. Move. Implement the allow to move boolean at the day level in the data. On start drag, we calculate where the card can move. Use the sum array functionality T as it is more efficient. To do on the drag functionality, just look up the value. Simple boolean. Alright. So this one, we're actually going to put this as the critical one. We did fix it tonight. Alright, we did submit it. It's got assigned to me. This will be My Planner. Easy done. The current version will be 93. Not 98, 93. Alright. Okay, no visible boards or anything like that. Alright, sweet. Let's just create. So, I'm going to unstar that one. I'm just going to copy that ticket. I'm just going to put it up here. We're not going to do anything with it. I'm just copying that bit of information because I'm also going to copy this bit of information too. We're going to move over here. We're going to remove that. We're going to remove static, git status. Out of all that work, we've only done it on one file. I guarantee there's going to be a lot of differences in this commit, so that's perfectly fine. So git add that one particular file, git commit. We're going to go bug fixes. And we're going to paste in the first bug. I'm then doing a pipe delimiter, and I will paste this one in. And I tend to do this whenever I fix a couple of bugs with one particular commit. If I notice that it's actually fixing multiple bugs, there are times where I fix a bug and I don't realize I fixed it until later. So it's the opposite of programming bugs. Programming. So I'm happy with that. Let's go git push. Now, another task I should be putting in the Kanban board as something very, very urgent is to look at the efficiencies that we've done tonight and see if I can actually apply it in the Kanban board. So we're going to go over here. We're going to go once again back to prod, NearBeach, Kanban 2. We're going to scroll down to the Kanban board section. So Kanban board, I'm going to put it over here. Test link requirement item. All right, that's something we'll actually do very quickly. Not tonight though. I'm pretty much at the end of the stream tonight, so we're going to find someone to raid very shortly. Okay, so what? Gonna do that so you guys can actually see what I'm doing and what do I want to type in. So Kanban board programming efficiencies. All right, we're actually gonna make this somewhat highest. So we have recently looked at making the My Planner more efficient when moving cards around. It was doing the same calculation over and over again when in reality we just required to do it once. Oh, there's already a bug in the system and I just remembered it. We don't actually, on the end, when we drop everything, we don't reset the, we don't reset the allow to move. All right, I'm going to have to fix that very quickly. It does need another bug report. Yeah, all right, not a problem. But let's finish writing this in. So we recently looked at making the one planner more efficient when moving the cards around. It was doing the same calculations over and over again when in reality it just names down. The main culprit was the on-move functionality, where it determined if it could land in a particular column. All right, cool. So we're going to paste that in. That's definitely going to be done on this particular branch. We do need, I'm going to flag it with that at the moment. So you'll notice that I've come through and I've started flagging stuff for the 0.31 branch to fix and stuff like that. A lot of this is in progress at the moment because, yeah, I'm going to actually get to it. So, yes. So implement the ability to link requirement item. Oh, yeah, and those linking requirement items, they need to be done. So we'll probably end up spending next stream implementing some of this. So, yeah. All right. Let's fix that up, that other bug, and then we're probably going to call it a night because it is getting very, very late. We're going to put in a new issue. My planner allow move to does not reset when card dropped. The allow move to should reset after the card has dropped. All right, we just found this. This is a showstopper because essentially you have to refresh the page and stuff. It's going to annoy people. So this is in the 93 version. Cool. Create. And Mark Counts. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for the raid. Greatly appreciated. How are you going? Python. Welcome, welcome. Mark Counts. All right, there we go. So what were you up to in your stream? This is a really terrible bug report. Just pointing that out. All right, I'm going to close that. Gotcha, Ron. Have fun. All right, cheers. Thank you very much for the raid. Greatly appreciated. And I'm hoping to see you next time. Let me... I am following you. All right, cool. Sweet. So, anyway, hopefully I'll catch your stream next time. Talking about boob language. Oh, fair enough. I don't know much about the boob language. So... Alright, for those that have joined, we've fixed a couple of bugs. We've made some code more efficient, and in doing so, I've also programmed in a bug, and I'm going to fix it right now. Let me give npm run watch a run, and we're going to replicate it very, very quickly so you guys can see what is happening. Alright, this takes a while, I do apologize. There, cool, sweet. So we're going to go over here, we're going to close this, we're going to refresh this. Now I'm going to zoom in a little bit so people can read. The idea with this planner is you can put, like, let's say projects and tasks and other sort of things that you want to work on for this particular week or for the next 7 days. Now, in here, per se, you can add the same sort of object. So for example, project 2, you can add it in multiple times. Now that makes sense because you might be working on project 2 over multiple days. But what doesn't make sense is being able to have 2 cards of project 2 on the same day. Now the good thing is, let's say you add in project 2 and you're like, whoops, I put it on Friday. I now need to move it all the way over here to Monday. You can do that. If you notice, Sunday also has project 2. I can't put it in there, but I can put it everywhere else. Now the bug with this, so the thing we did today was we made this really efficient. Essentially every single pixel, it was recalculating whether or not it can land in that particular position. We're like, no. Chat was like, no. And I was like, yeah, I can make it more efficient. So the instant I grab the card, it determines which columns I can actually place that card into. And then I'm just referencing that boolean. Pretty easy, less calculations. It's going to work a lot faster if we've got a lot of data in here. So if someone's silly and they put in 10,000 items in each column, which we might do another time, not today. So the idea here is we've done the calculation when we pick up the card. We haven't reset anything when we've dropped it. So this 53 should go in here. And as you see, it's going over here, it's going over here. It can't get in there. However, if I refresh, it goes in there pretty easy. So yeah, we haven't reset the board the instant people have dropped the card. So going in here, we're going to scroll all the way up to the top. We've got an on-end functionality in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to that implementation, and I am going to reset the allow to move variables. All right. Now I'm just going to have reset allow to move up here. Now up here. Now we've got a great for loop somewhere else. We're essentially just doing this again. I pressed the wrong button. There we go. Right. And what we're doing is we're going to go this.date array index.allow move 2 equals true for all of them. I don't know if there's a faster way of doing that. I know there's a for each and people keep telling me for each is slow. At the moment, we're only going to do 7 days. However, people might want some... people might put something silly in there. So, yeah. I'm going to leave it like that with the thought that we might be extending this in the future. If that makes sense. So this dot reset allow to move. Done. All of this does a bunch of other sort of calculations and stuff like that. It's pretty, it just does it as a once off when it drops. Let's see if that works. I've just got to wait a second or two. All right, so if we pick up number 2, actually, let's move 53 there. Let's replicate what we did before. All right, I'm going to refresh. So if we move number 2, it can't get into Sunday. It can get a Monday. It can get in Saturday. It can go everywhere. I'm just going to drop it there. And now this one can move everywhere. All right, and that was that bug. Okay, so this one is now fixed. I am going to copy that. I'm going to move all the way over here. We are going to go remove static. We're going to go git status. There's only one file in there. Git add, git commit, bug fix, and then git push. All right, so we've just fixed that bug. Now I know I've been getting a couple of emails on my phone being like, there's a problem pushing to Swagger. I think I know what the issue is, and I think it's just credentials that have expired. So I will probably see all those things tomorrow and fix that. We haven't updated on the Swagger documentation, so what's on the Swagger documentation is correct. I'm just wondering if I want to do a release this second, and it is 11 o'clock. I did just get rated. All right, let's All right, npm audit. All right, cool. npm run prod. Oh, I've got to destroy data, don't I? Yeah, I've got to destroy the database. Oh no, no I don't. Because it's built upon the base data. All right, cool. Sorry, I've got a set data which I test all the end-to-end tests on my system. At the moment, I'm using a different fixture, but that fixture is essentially it's built upon the other fixture. So yeah, npm run e2e. So that will run the end-to-end tests. This sometimes fails like that for no apparent reason because it just doesn't log in. Sorry, we're just gonna wait for this to finish. Yeah. All right, let's see what failed. Just the mobile Chrome. Let's just click on fail. It's just the mobile Chrome. Ooh. Another thing fail. All right. What I'm going to do, and this sometimes happens, you just reset the server, you walk away, and it just does it. Oh no, it doesn't want to do it today. Yeah, it's always just the mobile Chrome. Am I not giving it enough time to log in? That's what's happening. I'll have to fix this up. I'll have to tweak this. Because yeah, if it's working for every single other browser, it means it's working. So yeah, if we just click on fail, but if we go past, no, it's only doing mobile Chrome. All? Why isn't it doing Firefox? All right. Another test I could do. Why did we skip all of that? All right, hang on, sorry. So what it's meant to do is it's meant to log in. And then it goes to particular pages to make sure that they are rendering correctly and that the page loads up. And we don't get any errors, make sure there's not any sort of warnings and stuff like that. So if we go to NearBeach, and at the moment I'm probably not going to do a release. It should be, yeah, all right. So we've got this. I'm just going to delete all the photos. I'm going to have a look at the tests themselves. So under NearBeach, we've got the tests. We've got the end-to-end. We've got the auth set up. I think... yeah, I think I'm going to have to destroy this. This. All right, cool. So what I'm going to do, this is my local. I've got fixtures of this data, so we're not losing anything. So I'm going to remove the database here. I'm going to go, oh, I need to actually, sorry, I have not done this. I've got to open up my Python virtual environment. So I need to go Python 3, manage, migrate. So that builds up the database. Easy done. Everyone's happy. As you see, there's a lot of migrations now. It's because we're making a lot of changes and stuff like that. It's, yeah, after 5 years, yeah, that's a lot of changes. And then what we want to do is we want to fill that data up. So we've got Python, and then we're going load data. We want to go into NearBeach's fixtures, and we want to grab the basic setup.json. Now that's an issue that just pops up. That's because we're not running our Minio environment. It's not booting up at the moment. I've probably broken Docker somehow. Let's not worry about that. I'm going to reset the server, so I'm going to stop and reset. So it's now running. Then we want to go Python 3. No, we don't want to do that. We want to go npm run e2e. And let's hope it logs in now. Because we've got mobile Chrome. We've got more login problems. Notice how it's saying NearBeach login. This is for the admin. It's now doing the Chromium stuff. Yeah, it just didn't log in time for the mobile Chrome. I might sit down and give it a lot more time. Or the Chrome mobile doing something different. So I'm using, for the end-to-end tests, I'm using Playwright. I'm using, what am I using again? Sorry. I do believe it is Playwright. All right. Yeah, Playwright. So I'm using Playwright, so I can. Playwright has a dashboard which you can boot up and you can sort of help write tests and all that kind of stuff in it, but also debug why tests aren't working, and I'll do that. But let's actually have a look at in here. So we're having a look at the failed. It looks like just the admin has, yeah, it just didn't log in for some strange reason. It's just the admin. Yeah, weird. I'll have a look at why, but it passes everything else. And considering we've also got admin tests in here, just with a different browser and stuff like that. Yeah, cool. So what I'm going to say is we'll have a quick look at the test results, shake out. We've got the admin sort of stuff. So this is just me going through, making sure everything's loaded up and we don't have any issues. We also double check everything using Playwright, and actually double check that there are no console logs. Alright, so I'm quite happy with that. We'll also be implementing in the near future the ability for it to check prior images and stuff like that, making sure if there's a change just to point it out, and in some cases those changes are deliberate. So for example, I might make a change somewhere and stuff like that. Alright, so we've done that, what's the next step? I need to close that. I need to go git status. All right, cool. There are JavaScript changes. Git add, git commit. This will be release 0.31.93. And we're just going to push that code. Easy done. Okay, give me a second. I'm just going to check something on another screen. Who's running tonight? Alright, it's gonna make noise. Alright, cool. Yep, sweet. Sorry, I'm just planning a little bit ahead. Alright. So we've just pushed that up. Now, I just want to double check CI, make sure all my tests are running. We should be having any issues. Like famous last words. Oh, I'm gonna log in again. Just dropped the cube. Oh, we have a couple of fails from here. Let's actually have a look. It's the back end. All right, no problem. Let's fix this up first. All right, reverse for my planner, get object list. All right, so what we've done is we've actually changed one of the URLs and we've forgotten to update the unit test that tests that particular URL. We're going to do that right now. So it's this particular one. Actually, all of these. So my planner, get object list. So in this sort of specific case, my planner get object list project, it's no longer going to have that. It's going to be in here. We've got a, I'm just going to double check. My chat planner get object list. I'm just going to pass that through. I'm going to have a look at the network call. And what I'm doing is I've made a big change with this. I'm logged out. All right, my planner. Let's get rid of that. Sorry about bright mode. I do apologize. All right, we don't need to worry. We got object type. So this will then change to object type. And we're gonna get project. And we're passing through job date. We're just gonna paste it in. It's easier just to paste this stuff in. Destination page 1. And I think that's pretty much it. We're gonna actually copy that. We're going to paste it down here. But instead of project, we're going to put in task. So we've hit that, we've hit that. We didn't change the object list stuff, which is good. We're gonna find those other ones and we're gonna quickly fix up all of these. So in here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do something like that. Paste number 1 in. We're going to get rid of that. I'm going to go back down here. We're just going to go paste 1. All right, cool. I'm just cheating with the mouse and doing that. I do need to change this to task. He's done. I do believe that and that done. It will be this now. And then all right, and then that one's done, that one's done, that one's not done. So the good news is there hopefully was no breaking in the system. Oh, that's fine that I've done that. All right. Ooh. All right, in this sort of case, what we're doing is we're getting rid of the arguments. There are no arguments here. All right, easy. So that should be all the setup. So we should have project task, project task, project task, project task. We've got to do the Kanban board at one particular point. Get that in there. I am going to snooze those ads. Yeah, cool. Just because I will be rating someone else very, very shortly. It is 10 past 11. So yeah. Now, instead of shoving this up in the commit and all that kind of stuff, what we're going to do is we're going to go Python 3 manage test. Circle CI is great for sort of testing, so I don't need to run these tests locally. I can run them and they'll run in the background and I can do other stuff and then come back to see if anything has failed. Now we do have one error in here. Hopefully it's something we've missed. So yeah. All right. Come on, show me potato salad. All right, with one error, it's great. It's only no reverse match for my planner get object list. All right. So there's no reverse for that anymore. I probably renamed it to something else. I'm hoping I did that. I should double check. Test basic page load successfully. Read only extra. Somewhere in here. All right, it's somewhere in here. Hang on, read only extra. Yep, cool. What was the thing? No reverse match for that. So what we're going to do is we're going to paste that into there and we're going to go read only extra. So we've got read only extra. I think it's here.
I think what's actually happened is I forgot to put in an empty array. It's screwed up there.
All right.
So these are hard to actually find out what's gone wrong. Sometimes it's it's an issue. I will fix that one day. One day. All right. So letting us continue. Sorry, this does take a little while. We've got to make sure everything works. It works. Sweet. What we're going to do, git status. All right, cool. Git add, git commit. Update unit tests to reflect new URL fixed to unit test failing. All right. Almost there. So we've pushed that up, we've done all our tests. I'm going to quickly jump onto this and I'm going to go back to the NearBeach stuff. So that one will be running. I just want to double check this one. The front end is working perfectly fine. So it's just the back end that we're having an issue with. But yeah, once again, it's a fix. Yeah, I just forgot to update those tests with the new URL. Because yeah, we did modify it. We want NearBeach. We've got developed, that was pulled 40 seconds ago. We're going to pull it in. I need to do a little bit of stuff here. So we have ready for retesting. We don't actually have everything in there. Great. I'm going to click on my current issues. I'm going to sort by the ID. So latest is at the top. My planner allow, move to does not. Yep. All right, cool. So that's 93, that's 93, that's 93. Sweet. We've got 5, 4, 3, 2. My planner object wizard does not have pagination. So what we want to do is we want to put these in ready for retesting. Like that. We've actually got a number of bugs in here ready for retesting. With this, what we want to do is we want to go bug fixes. And I'm just going that way. Sorry, this is a little bit of manual work and so forth like that. I won't be long. Oh, we want to snooze that ad break. Because the instant I hit submit, we're going to raid someone. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1483. Yep. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, one of these has 2 of them added to it. All right, cool. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm just going to grab all of that now. I'm just going to create pull request. So most of that should be fine. I'm going to merge. You know, I did just get a vibration on the phone. I'm hoping it's not... Oh, it's just the NearBeach Swagger. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll fix up the NearBeach Swagger tomorrow if I remember. So yeah, I'm going to bypass the rules. Piss, that was not 5 minutes. Thank you very much. I actually looked at the time. Snooze for 5 minutes. 2 minutes is not 5 minutes, Twitch. Jesus. Confirm bypass the rules. Alright, so that should be all merged.
we are going to do a new release. We're just going to paste that in. We're going to go 0.31.93. Can't believe we're, holy hell. 0.31.93. Generate release notes. Pre-release. Yep. Cool. And in 30 minutes, probably 40 to an hour now because, yeah, it's slowed down this process. NearBeach will be released. So, yeah. Anyway, let's go raid someone. Holy hell, I've nearly streamed nearly 5 hours. All right. How am I standing? I don't know. Let's go and raid Smalls, the Kobold. So yeah, thank you very much everyone who has come along and stay around tonight. I greatly appreciate it. So yeah, we are raiding Smalls, the Kobold. They are a level designer that they're currently working on. This looks kind of cool. So yeah, we'll ask what they're up to. Anyway, thank you very much everyone. And let's actually turn this off. And yeah, I shall see you guys next time. For those on YouTube, terribly sorry that you won't be able to join the raid with us, but I do hope to see you guys next time. Don't forget to like and subscribe. So yeah, thank you very much.